You're watching live Impact News on WCNC Plus. We do have some breaking news as you are just joining us here at 12:30. We've been following this Nancy Guthrie case for about 10 days now. This is the 10th day they are searching for Savannah's mother, the 84-year-old who went missing. Police believe that she was taken. Authorities are expected to release a surveillance photo showing a potential subject in the investigation into that disappearance. Now, we don't know exactly what time they are releasing that photo, but that's why you need to keep us on the whole day, because we are going to go to that photo right as we get it. So stick with us right here on WCNC Plus. We will be sure to release that photo as well. Or if they have a press conference of some sort, we will also be going to that live as well. So keep us on. We are going to be watching for that. But first, let's talk about some great news here. It is beautiful outside, and we're going to reach the 70s today. Joining us now, Becca Birdsall. Hi, Becca. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good to see you.
Yes. It's been the day that we've all been waiting for.
Absolutely. Finally.
A taste of spring, because that's all it's going to be is a taste. Yeah. We're going back down into the 50s, much cooler conditions. So enjoy today while it lasts. Taking a live view from our Lylesville Anson County camera kind of gives you just a glimpse of what is outside. We've got wall-to-wall sunshine, some high clouds out there making way for a little bit of filtered sun, but absolutely beautiful. We started off at 30 degrees this morning. This is going to be a huge warm-up, 40-degree warm-up as we go later on this afternoon. So you'll notice highs today, or temperatures right now, starting to warm up into the upper 50s. A few spots touching 60 degrees. That is over towards Rockingham, Rock Hill, Lancaster. It's even 58 degrees over towards Boone. So it's going to be a nice and warm day, really from the mountains all the way into the Piedmont and Sandhills. Around 3-4 o'clock, is when we'll start to enter into the 70s. This is shorts and short sleeves type of weather, again, especially after the very cold temperatures we've been having towards the second half of January, and of course this first full week of February. We've had below average temperatures, so a day like today has been rare to come by, which is why we say enjoy it, because the spring fever is not going to last. Easily pick of the week, highs today, lower 70s. We won't be in the 70s as we go into tomorrow, a little bit cooler than that, but we do have a cool down coming as well, along with some rain chances. We'll have a slight breeze today. You'll notice those winds are coming from the south. That's driving in the warm air, and wide temperatures are going to rebound so quickly later on today. We'll see those breezy conditions anywhere from 15 to 20 miles per hour. It starts to kick up a little bit as we go later in on the day on Wednesday. This is 2 o'clock. You'll see those wind gusts 25 to even 30 miles per hour. That's also what's going to bring us a couple of rain showers. With this warm weather, well, of course, that means we start to reintroduce the pollen forecast. So today is a low to medium count around 4.7, but I do think we'll start to get a little bit higher count as we get some warmer temperatures going in later on the week. Rain chances, well, they do return for us as we go into Wednesday. It's a little bit more isolated and looking a little bit on the lighter side, and dry Thursday and Friday. Next system is going to track through towards the weekend. That's going to bring more widespread rain, much needed precipitation all across the Carolinas, especially as we go into Sunday, lingering into Monday as well. Latest futurecast timing this system out for you on Wednesday. This is early in the morning. We've got some mountain showers, clouds everywhere. Eventually this will begin to move into the Charlotte metro as we go later in on the day. So some light showers possible as we go throughout the late morning. This is nothing heavy, just a few sprinkles on the windshield. This system pretty much clears out as we go towards the second half of the day. You'll notice those winds coming in from the north. So as we go later in on the work week, yes, a cool down back into the 50s can be expected. Can't roll out a stray shower for Friday, but overall we're looking at our next best chance for rain. That is coming towards the weekend. Pretty much Saturday night all the way through Sunday night, we will carry a risk for widespread rain. So here's that system tracking alongside the southeast. Saturday stays mostly dry. Again, the system really arriving late Saturday, pushing through early Sunday morning. We'll carry that rain chance pretty much all day throughout your Sunday before eventually pulling off for early Monday. We will have a chance to pick up quite a bit of rain with this. I know we are, of course, under drought status as of now. A good 1 to even 2 inches of beneficial rain from the mountains into the Piedmont is something that we definitely will be keeping an eye on. So for the 7-day forecast, for Jerry Hunt Supercenter 7-Day. Today, pick of the week by far. We've been waiting for the 70s. Today's finally here. Still warm and pleasant for Wednesday. However, we will mix in some rain chances and more clouds. By the time we get to Thursday, we've already switched to that northerly wind, so you'll notice temperatures knock back down into the 50s. It's pretty much the range that we'll stay at as we go towards the weekend. Saturday, mainly dry. It's really Sunday. That's going to be the biggest rain system, 1 to 2 inches possible. This exits off by early Monday morning, but as we look ahead towards, I guess, the next full week, temperatures will start to warm back up into the 60s.
Awesome. We love to hear that, Becca.
I'm ready for winter to be over.
Oh my goodness, me too.
It's been a
retweet. Oh, it's been crazy. I was saying to my family, I said this yesterday as well, but I'm like, what? I mean, this is like upstate New York to me. It's just cold and gray, and so
yes, and we already got a big snow.
I know.
So we don't need anything else.
We're good. We did our snow.
Yes.
We did our winter. Time to be done.
Yes, ready for spring for sure.
Okay, Becca, thank you so much for that forecast. We're going to take a quick break, but keep it right here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back to Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. We're going to go to that law enforcement being at Nancy Guthrie's home, talking about that picture, the surveillance video that is expected to be released. So let's take a listen in.
If that eventually is where authorities want to invest their time and attention. They've also gone to businesses in the area, gas stations, and those kinds of places where, as Jim was talking about, the behavior before the incident itself, the conduct of whoever was responsible before and after, those are ways that investigators can get clues, can get camera access, can get that. One of the challenges is so many cameras in the security realm, surveillance realm, are not high quality, are limited in how long there is a record of what is there. And so the speed has been important too. There's also license plate readers. So those are deployed in many places around the country where when a license plate is marked, they know who is there and they work backwards with that. If they ultimately get a vehicle of interest, they can then try to find the movements. The cellular material is particularly helpful. We've seen that in the D.C. pipe bomber case, where 5 years after the crime, they were able to do an intensive study of cell phone presence in locations that related to that offense. Well, that can happen here, too, in the area of the Nancy Guthrie home, in the immediate areas. There are many freeways and highways and roads out of town that are not far from here. We're not that far from the Mexican border. So there is so much ground to cover, literally and figuratively. And that work is now really the core mission of a few hundred federal agents and Pima, sheriffs, county, state officials, and so forth. And so that's where we are. This image, and certainly, our guidance had been we would have access to it by now. So you can imagine it's probably going through the channels of approval, making certain all the principals in Washington know, and those who have direct information. As Tom already discussed, we presume the family has been fully briefed, as they should be, as any family should be before public information is distributed. So we're all waiting. We expect that whatever comes next will give us some new threads to pursue as law enforcement now has this piece of information and can try to build out around that. Kate?
So helpful, Kelly. Thank you so much for all of that detail. Really appreciate you. I want to go back to Tom Winter here at the table, to Jonathan Deans. You know, Kelly brought up the family, and I'm sitting here thinking of that family in a moment like this. I want to be clear, the three of us, are not in immediate touch with Savannah Guthrie. Obviously, people at the network are, but we're trying to limit our communication with the family. We don't know where they are sitting in this moment, but as you said, Tom, certainly they are aware that there is this development. Certainly the FBI would be, I'm sure they have a liaison who'd be talking to them all the time.
Yes, and we know that that's the case in this particular instance. That's our reporting. I also want to add, there was some reporting last week about a family member, the Guthrie family member. It was based on one single source that suggested that investigators were looking at a family member. It is our understanding that this photo that's going to be released today will clearly depict somebody else that does not match a description of that online report. And so I think it underscores what the sheriff said at the time, and they put out a press release, kind of extraordinary, in the middle of the investigation, knocking down that reporting, saying, we have not identified a single suspect. And for anybody who's been inside this investigation, really, this is one of the best clues that we've had so far, other than this timeline, because it's been a very difficult case. Kelly was just talking about the cellular analysis, that's FBI CAS, Cellular Analysis and Survey Team, which has been responsible for certainly solving and gathering additional evidence on crimes before. It's been a very difficult case. We've been reporting about a vehicle that they've been trying to figure out if that is any way connected to this crime, going from gas station to gas station, trying to pull surveillance video from that area, pulling surveillance video from the various automated license plate readers, ALPRs, which, by the way, it's not just a license plate. They can punch in, I'm looking for a green Cadillac or a black Ford, and you would be able to find that vehicle. But it is important to note that none of the, apparently, based on this image, we have been told, several people in law enforcement have told us, this image does not match the description of anybody in the immediate Guthrie family. And so in light of that report, that's the only reason why.
Yeah, I'm really glad you brought that up. And to be clear, that, as you said, that was an internet report and an outlet with one single source, which is not the way that NBC News pursues reporting.
I would just broaden this out. This image is not of anyone they recognize. Our understanding is the family members have now been shown this. The law enforcement personnel, the teams that are working on this, from the sheriff's office, from the FBI, the various agencies, no one has any idea who it is who's captured in this image and whether this person in this image is in fact responsible. We're maybe getting ahead of ourselves, but there's this image. It matches in terms of timeline. The person has this mask. It has a backpack. It is very suspicious. It is very concerning. So they are going to be putting it out We were told sometime after 12:15. We're now at the 12:45. Sometime in the near future, we expect to see this photo released and perhaps an explanation later from either the sheriff and or the FBI.
And just so folks understand the machinations behind the scenes, they're obviously feel this is an important photo to share. There's all sorts of metadata they don't want to get out in public. They don't want to make sure that this image shares any information beyond what they're willing to share in this investigation to protect that. So sometimes we get word of these things, that these things are going to come out and be made public. We report about them, but just want people to understand behind the scenes.
To either of you, can you help us understand, maybe we could put that timeline back up on the screen. Do we know when this image was captured? Do we have a sense for where in that timeline, Jonathan, this may have happened?
The best preliminary explanation we received is that it's from that doorbell cam that was knocked off, and that somehow they were able to salvage the image or an image from that camera system.
So that was knocked down, as you see, they're disconnected at 1:47 a.m.
So that is our best understanding in that time frame. Again, that was a preliminary explanation. Obviously, we want to wait and not get ahead, but that is the best information. Tom, I don't know if you have anything to add, but that's the best information I was provided.
That's our sense of it at this point, but obviously we're going to wait to see this image, so we just put a little bit of asterisk on it. We know for sure that we're getting this image, and we're going to get it today. We know generally what it depicts, to Jonathan's point.
We know it's dark out. We know it's from the overnight hours.
100%. It's dark. It's going to be difficult to see, but all the specifics of that, I'm sure we'll get that information once it's released.
In terms of an exact time, we do not have the exact time yet, whether it's minutes before, whether this person was walking around the property first, or whether it's during the actual removal of that doorbell cam, or if it's a different camera that caught it. We await to hear those details. But the key information, again, is that there is this new image, again, of an unidentified person who is wearing a mask with a backpack, and that the FBI and the sheriff's office very eager to put this image out after consulting with the family, to get this image out there so that they can get the public's help. We heard Savannah Guthrie's plea on Instagram yesterday, urging anyone anywhere, if they've seen anything that might be suspicious or raises those spidey senses, to please call law enforcement and provide that information. Even the smallest hint or tip from that area or elsewhere perhaps could help lead to a resolution.
And look, there's a 24-hour command post that's been set up by the FBI. They're working with the local sheriff's office to get these tips in, to organize them, prioritize them, and get it going. So, you may not be from the Tucson area, but, people moving across this country all the time. Who knows where this person came from? Pay attention to it. As we reported last week, as I said on the Today Show last week, the time is now. If you've been waiting or wondering, if you see this image and it confirms that Jonathan talked about the spidey sense, your intuition, your gut, that maybe you know something about this case, now's the time to pick up the phone and call. And the number they've been providing is 1-800-CALL-FBI.
Yeah, it's right there on your screen, 1-800-CALL-FBI. As we await that image, potentially someone will recognize something. I want to bring in NBC News law enforcement analyst Jim Cavanaugh once again. Jim, you have a lot of background in this area. I know you've been part yourself of other cases that involved people being taken against their will. Walk us through what's happening behind the scenes, if you were to guess right now.
Well, this is a big development for the command post, for the Joint Operations Center here, because they can get this image out and then leverage whatever tips they can get. And they'll get a lot of tips. It just, some won't be valid. Some are honestly called in, but they're not the right guy. And like I said earlier, Kate, it's just you're going to have to really come out and try to open the public's mind. Use that power you have now with all the public on your side. What I like to say is America versus the abductor. All the police and all the citizens versus the abductor. And so, we're on one side now. We need the information. So look closely and think about, pre-offense behavior or post-offense behavior, because let's talk about pre-offense behavior. Your guard's down. If you're the criminal, your guard is way down a week before, when you come in to drive around the house for the first time, maybe, and drive around the neighborhood. and to leave and get some gas or stop and get a soda. So, those are times when you might be seen. You have some tools to commit this crime. We don't exactly know what they were, and maybe even the commanders don't. But if somebody's abducted, then maybe they're tied up. Maybe there's zip ties, handcuffs, rope. Did somebody in a hardware store see someone come in like this, that looked like that bought items like that? You need to make a call. And those are common everyday items. I'm not saying that just buying those items is anything wrong with that, but somebody might have bought a combination of things like that would tweak your interest, and he looks like this guy. So there's a lot of thinking that needs to be done, and clear things put out to the public to reach out to us, because we need those tips, because the investigators can put together information like Tom was talking, from cell phone analysis, from other tips, from, people with criminal records that have come up as suspicious, with a name that you might call in. They might say, well, look here, this guy, he had a cell phone in the area, and he's got a kind of criminal record for assault. And this person said, he looked like him, and could it be this guy? We need to check on this guy. So a lot of those will wash out, but it's places to begin the investigation that could bear some fruit. So it's a positive step. Now, a lot of these leads, like I say, we put images out on the Eric Rudolph and the Birmingham and Atlanta cases. Were out for years. We in the Atlanta case was out for years before we identified him when he killed the officer in Birmingham and blew up the abortion clinic there. And you just saw the Capitol Police case where those images were out for years of the guy walking with the backpack, and he had the bombs. So sometimes you don't get the tip, but other times you do. So it's critical. It's critical to put that out. It's very good investigative technique to put it out.
Jim Kavanaugh with us. Jim, thank you so much. With me at the table, Tom Winter, Jonathan Dienst. We have been in a special report on our streaming network. We are now.
This is an NBC News special report. Here's Kate Snow.
Good day, everyone. We are coming on the air with breaking news from Arizona. The FBI is set to release a surveillance photo showing a potential subject in the ongoing investigation into the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie, the mother of our colleague Savannah Guthrie. This is a potentially significant development in that search. Again, the mother of our beloved colleague. And I want to go first to our national law enforcement and intelligence correspondent, Tom Winter. Also with us, our Chief Justice contributor, Jonathan Dienst. He's also WNBC's Chief Investigative Reporter. Tom, are you getting information?
Okay, we have the image right here. I'm going to ask them to zoom in our control room. If you can zoom in on this. This image has been released by the FBI director, and it's just going to get rid of this image message here. And so, yes, we have an image here that has been released by the FBI director, Kash Patel. He has just tweeted this out. I know our control room will pull it up in any second, but that image is being released. This coming from the Guthrie residence. There's also some other images. This one perhaps a little bit more clear, and we're looking at it now, so we can see it off of our control room computer. This is the second of 4 images that have been released by FBI Director Kash Patel. This has been taken from Nancy Guthrie's home, and so this is what they are looking at now. The third image, we'll get one more after this, from the night of the alleged incident. According to the FBI director, they've been working over the last 8 days and working with the private sector partners to continue to recover any images or video footage from Nancy Guthrie's home that may have been lost, corrupted, or inaccessible due to a variety of factors, including the removal of recording devices. The video was recovered from residual data located in back-end systems, so the systems of the providers of this is what I'm interpreting from the FBI director. He goes on to say, working with our partners, as of this morning, law enforcement has uncovered these previously inaccessible new images showing an armed individual appearing to have tampered with the camera at Nancy Guthrie's front door the morning of her disappearance. According to our timeline, that was approximately 1:47 a.m. local time when this incident occurred. There was a camera located at the front door. You can see there from the image, it is a Nest camera. Google had talked to us last week about of finding these type of images.
Jonathan Dienst, this image, the person is heavily clothed, right? There's a mask covering most of the face and the jacket. What do they want people to look at in these images? Who do they want to hear from?
Obviously, the size of the individual, the clothing and mask he's wearing. There's a gun, an apparent gun in his waistband there. You see that at his left hand that appears to be holding a weapon in his waistband. The family was notified about these images. We're told they were shown these images, and there is nothing the family or law enforcement so far, anyone recognizing who this person might be. So they made the decision to put these images out, hoping someone somewhere may recognize this individual or the clothing or the items that you're seeing in these 4 images for that tip that might lead to a break.
Really anything, Tom, that would, anyone looking at this and thinking, well, that maybe looks a little bit like someone I know, they should call that number.
Pick up the phone, 1-800-CALL-FBI, do it right now. That's what they're looking for. That's what the family has been pleading for on social media. Give them a chance.
All right, one more reminder. If you have any information on Nancy Guthrie's disappearance, call the tip line on your screen, 1-800-CALL-FBI. We continue our special coverage of this development in a special on our streaming channel, NBC News Now. For now, your Olympic coverage returns after a break.
Getting out of this special coverage now, you could see those photos from Nancy's door. That was from the surveillance video. Looking at them closely, it is hard to tell. Obviously, this person is wearing a mask. They do have what appears to be tools in their hands. They are wearing a backpack. When we come back from Live Impact News, we will be sure to show you let's pull it up right now, Carlene, and show the folks these images. This is from Kash Patel. He did tweet these photos out, and basically he said that this was recovered from that video footage. They said they were able to recover these still photos, so you can see definitely right there something in his hands. It looks like they are a bush or something. Someone said tools, but it does look more like a bush to me. I'm not really quite sure. The person wearing a mask, gloves, and covered head to toe. So this is from a Nest camera. We do know that those are popular as well. Anyone with information is asked to contact the FBI at 1-800-CALL-FBI, or you can visit tips.fbi.gov. This has really been an ongoing case, but these are the first pictures, first images we are seeing from the person whoever took Nancy from her home just about 10 days ago. So we're going to take a quick break here on Live Impact News, but keep it with us. We will continue to update you on live information and live breaking news. Be right back. You're watching live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Right now in Washington, D.C., the U.S. House Homeland Security Committee is holding an oversight of the Department of Homeland Security, ICE, Border Patrol, and USCIS. So let's take a listen in.
Impact on ICE and Border Patrol agents was that there would be reduced information and access. Agents would be conducting higher risk enforcement operations, and that there would be operational constraints when it comes to limiting cooperation between state and local law enforcement. I wanted to get your perspective, Director Lyons, and I'll go to you, Commissioner Scott, as well. Can you give specifics on how these sanctuary state policies impact your operations in real time compared to non-sanctuary operations?
Well, sir, for ICE, what I would I'll refer back to what we talked about earlier in my testimony, the fact that when state or local or county agencies don't cooperate with Immigration and Customs Enforcement, it forces us to go back out to the community, which we don't want to do. It also increases the number of assets we have to put towards that arrest. Like I said earlier, I would much rather send 1 or 2 agents or officers to make that arrest in a safe, secure location rather than being out in the street. It's safer for everyone involved.
And before I go to you, Commissioner Scott, and answer, I just want to let everyone know, in California, and I think it was just reported a couple of days ago, there were currently 33,179 illegal aliens in the custody of California jurisdictions with active detainers. The crimes of these aliens include 399 homicides, 3,313 assaults, 3,171 burglaries, 1,011 robberies, 8,380 dangerous drug offenses, 1,984 weapon offenses, and 1,293 sexual predatory offenses. These are the real-world consequences, isn't that right, Commissioner Scott? When we don't have cooperation, they're released into the community?
Those are exactly the consequences. And I would just add, California specific, they went above and beyond everybody else. I mean, in a negative way. They prohibited state and locals when they saw a crime taking place in front of them from sharing that information with us. San Diego, for example, right after that law was passed, a highway patrol pulled over a U-Haul van, and it was a smuggling event, probably a human trafficking event. A Border Patrol agent just happened to roll up on it and found out, luckily. But that highway patrol was disciplined and actually investigated internally, and that sent a chilling effect across the entire state of California, that not only can you not actively help us, you couldn't even pass information to us in a normal course of duties. Border security law enforcement's a team sport. We need to be working together, not against each other.
Now, can you explain what would have happened, and I think you alluded to it, but what would have happened prior to that? If there was local and state coordination with federal law enforcement?
On a daily basis, especially along the southwest border, and let's not forget, and the coast, because we have boats coming in. When a state or local agency would see illegal activity that they could take action on, and then they saw a federal crime, they would contact us. It happened all the time, and that completely ceased to exist when SB 54 was passed.
And these crimes, of course, as you mentioned before, if you go into specifics, I mean, this is trafficking, both humans and drugs. This is rape, assaults. I mean, anything. You're telling me that if any of those crimes occurred, if right now in California, if someone witnessed it, if a state law enforcement or local law enforcement witnessed these crimes being committed, they could not notify you.
They have some felony exceptions, but in most cases, you don't know until you start asking questions if it's just a smuggling event or a human trafficking event. Until you actually pop the trunk of the vehicle or the back of the car, you don't know what commodity is back there, if it's people or something else. It put a chilling effect beyond the actual written language on any kind of cooperation in the state.
Well, I want to thank you for that. Yes, there were some exceptions when it comes to felonies, but someone who lives in California and was there for the discussion and debate, everything we warned about when it came to sanctuary state policies and the consequences to our community and the consequences to public safety, they have come true. And that is sad and unfortunate, and we need to undo those policies. So I want to thank you all for your leadership and testimony and your work. Thank you, and Mr. Chairman, now you back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes of questions.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And to our witnesses, thank you for being here. What we've heard today and seen play out in the streets of this nation for the past year, straight out of the Trump administration's fascist playbook: cheat, murder, lie about it, practice the art of mass distraction. The American people are not happy about this. This administration's officials are sitting before us. 2 people are dead. I understand that there's an investigation and you cannot go into the details about that. But there certainly appears to be no shame on the part of these officials who've undoubtedly watched some of your officers conduct themselves in ways that I know you don't condone. Not as law-abiding people, right? So I got to give you the benefit of the doubt. And I can't understand why you show no shame, no contrition, no remorse for the human lives that have been lost, or for the trampling of the Constitution and the tearing apart of the moral fiber of our nation. They think, apparently, you think, apparently, you've been coached, apparently, you've been called out of the room with a forced break to be told to be more aggressive, to push back against questions. The American people saw that happen. The American people watched as you all looked at each other. Oh, I didn't ask for a break. And clearly you were called in the back to be coached. A halftime locker room pep talk. This isn't a game. These are people's lives. We should all be, you should be, your officers should be held accountable that no one is above the law. No one can evade the Constitution. No person can evade what is right, even though you think that Donald Trump will protect you, and maybe he will for now. But there will be a time that you have to answer these questions. And while you have worked on many administrations, and it's been asked, you worked on different administrations, what's different? I'll tell you what's different. The approach of how you conduct it, your search and seizure. The reason there were so many others and there were not riots was because people were not being trampled. You had trained officers who knew the art of de-escalation. They understood the rule of law. They understood the Constitution. Yet now we continue to hear lies. Last year, I took members of Congress on an oversight visit to ICE facility. We were told certain things that turned out to be patent lies. They told us things that we witnessed within moments of being there to not be true, yet we continue to hear you and some of my colleagues suggest, don't believe your eyes, don't believe your ears, just trust us. Well, the American people can see. And this notion that Democrats don't want enforcement, those are talking points that are wrong. We want rapists and murderers off the street. We want the bad, the worst of the worst, to be arrested and to be deported if they aren't supposed to be here. What we don't want is citizens running down the street being chased by ICE agents, people being shot on the streets by rogue officers who are in fact American citizens. What we don't want is to see people like Ms. Good or Mr. Preti simply doing what we often say, if you see something, say something. We don't want to see people dying on the streets. So let me ask you a quick question. Mr. Lyons, has ICE ever detained an American citizen such as they are not free to leave, whether it is on the sidewalk, the street, or thrown into the back of an ICE vehicle because they looked or sounded a certain way, even though they said they were American citizens? Yes or no, quickly, I only get 38 seconds.
No, sir.
That's never happened before.
That we've arrested one? No, sir. We've detained individuals to verify identity, but we haven't arrested or deported. No, sir.
Detain, arrest. Check it out. It's
yes, sir.
The same thing. Right. All right. What does an undocumented person look like or sound like? Does it look like Mr. Garbarino? Does it look like me?
Could look like anyone, sir.
Okay, well, how are you training your people? Because you've said and others have said, if they sound a certain way, they look a certain way, we're going to stop them. That was quoted by your people. What do you say to that?
Sir, what I say is that ICE does criminal targeted enforcement based on intelligence, and we don't use the color of skin or accents for that.
So the person who said that was wrong?
We'll let the gentleman get that answer in writing. His time has expired. We will now recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Van Epps, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing and to our witnesses for testifying today. I want to commend the job the Trump administration and you gentlemen are doing to secure the border, enforce federal immigration laws, and keep dangerous criminals off our streets. Under President Biden, we saw unprecedented levels of illegal immigration, and many of those who came across the border were connected to transnational criminal organizations and have continued to commit crimes while in the United States. Despite doing everything they could to secure our borders, our brave CBP officers and Border Patrol agents were undermined at every turn by the Biden-Harris administration. Yet under President Trump, CBP, Border Patrol, and ICE have been empowered to do their job and fulfill their mission. As a representative from Tennessee, I can't help but compare operations in Minneapolis to those in Memphis. Federal law enforcement operations in Memphis have been successful by every standard and metric, with Memphis State Task Force arresting over 6,000 people. And while immigration enforcement isn't a stated goal of this task force, there is no question that it is also taking place. The successful operations are due in large part to the outstanding leadership of Governor Lee, who has worked closely with federal partners. Over the last year, the Trump administration has arrested numerous gang members, pedophiles, and drug traffickers in Memphis, with little fanfare or interference from activists. As a result of this cooperation, murders in Memphis are down by 47% since President Trump took office, and overall violent crime is down by 30%. In May of last year, ICE enforcement and removal operations worked with Tennessee Highway Patrol and DHS components to successfully arrest 196 criminal illegal aliens across the greater Nashville area. I am grateful for the role the members of the Tennessee Highway Patrol played in that operation, and their cooperation has made my district significantly safer. Since then, over 56 partnering agencies are working together alongside ICE to keep Tennesseans safe. ICE has carefully highlighted the worst of the worst criminal aliens it has arrested. Today, I will be entering into the record nearly 120 illegal aliens that have been arrested in Nashville, with rap sheets ranging from identity theft to drug smuggling, larceny to arson, and robbery to rape. Federal agents are executing their mission to defend American citizens and protect our communities. The major challenge we've seen in Minneapolis and similar cities are directly caused by sanctuary city policies and the refusal of local leaders to enforce the law, preventing local law enforcement from working with ICE. This leaves ICE and others unsupported, having to manage protesters and domestic friction in addition to their actual mission of enforcing immigration law. Local law enforcement is crucial to facilitate the mission. Director Lyons, contrast ICE's experience in Minneapolis with other cities around the country, including Memphis and others, that have agreements to work with ICE. What can successful partnerships with local law enforcement and other partners look like?
Sir, thank you. I would say that Memphis is a prime example, and I have to give credit to the U.S. Marshal Service that's leading that operation. Homeland Security investigation agents are out there every day with the men and women of Tennessee Highway Patrol, Memphis Police Department, and the reduction in crime has been significant. But if you look across the country, almost at every state, we do have cooperative jurisdictions. If you look at Texas, we have outstanding cooperation. You don't see any riots or anything like that. You see side-by-side law enforcement working together as it would be. If you look at the state of Florida, state of Oklahoma, state of Louisiana, all across the nation, we do have that. And what it is public safety.
Thank you. Next, I want to commend the Trump administration for locking down our southern border. A year ago, it was a highway for illegal aliens and illicit materials. Today, it is secure and closed. Commissioner Scott, as Congress and the Trump administration enabled DHS to secure the southern border, how are cartels and other criminal organizations adapting to effective border enforcement?
They're going to continue to push back. I think some of it is in these protests, because if we can shut down interior enforcement, that allows them to basically market their goods, if you will, to smuggle people in. And they need those people to be distractions, because without it, they have to start digging $1 million tunnels. Without it, they have to spend a bunch of money on drones, which we're countering. But without it, they have to go out into the ocean where they stick out like a sore thumb. And we're increasing our radars on the West Coast and increasing our air coverage. Basically, it affects their bottom line, and it makes it harder and harder for them to bring their poison and anybody that wants to threaten this country that's willing to pay them here.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I move to submit for the record a list of DHS worst of the worst in Tennessee, 3 quotes from Tennessee's 7 sheriffs supporting ICE, and 5 news articles germane to the hearing in Tennessee. And sir, I yield back.
Without objection. Gentleman yields back. And I recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me now? Is it?
The microphone right there.
Well, will you give me a moment to get a bit closer, please? Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I say it sincerely. I believe this is a most valuable hearing, and I'm honored that the ranking member would be here with us to accommodate us, as is the case with you. Mr. Lyons, is it true that you have a criminal justice degree, a bachelor's degree in criminal justice?
Yes, sir, it is.
Is it also true that you have a master's degree in criminal justice leadership?
Yes, I do.
And would you, as a professional with 2 degrees in criminal justice, indicate to us that if an officer commits murder, that officer should be prosecuted?
Sir, any law enforcement misconduct needs to be investigated and prosecuted.
Investigated and prosecuted. And have you seen the widely published video of the killing of Mr. Alex Preddy?
We're going to take a quick break right here on Live Impact News, but keep it right here on WCNC Plus. Welcome back to Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. We're going to get back to that breaking news that we brought you about Nancy Guthrie and video being now released on FBI Director Kash Patel's Twitter. You can see that is the images of someone going into the Guthrie's home. You can see him walking around. He does have a backpack, a mask on. Looks like he is picking up some leaves or grass or something like that. And then he is trying to block video there. So he just released this on his Twitter, FBI Director Kash Patel. We did see images, but now we are seeing that video. So you can see, looks like he's trying to cover something with that those leaves or grass. Yep, covering the Nest camera right there. This is Patel said that they were able to get this video from a secondary source. It was not available, and this video is not available, but they were able to get it. So it took them a lot of work to get this video, they said, but they did end up getting it. If you do have any information, the FBI is looking for information right now. We will continue to show that video throughout our stream so that you have it fresh in your mind. It is also on his X account, Kash Patel's X account, the FBI director. We also want to go over to some other breaking news. This is going to be in Atlanta. We do know that an elementary school is on hard lockdown this afternoon. The Fulton County school system reports there's an active criminal investigation outside of the school, and sources say that it does involve a shooting with the school system. So, but no students or staff were involved, actually, and they are all safe. We're going to go over to that presser that was earlier.
She wasn't able to find that email. I think it was just a lot of fear and desperation for these parents. She couldn't find that email, but she did tell us the crux of it was that you have to come pick up your students from Bear Creek Middle School because the school was on lockdown, that all of the kids were safe. But of course, as a parent, any kind of notification like this, there's just immediate fear that takes over. They came here even though they were told they couldn't pick their kids up from Palmetto Elementary. Many of them came here. We saw them stopped by law enforcement. Zach, I know you were asking, how it's changed over the last hour or so. When we first got here, it was extremely chaotic with parents, media, everybody trying to get here, and law enforcement pushing everybody back that did not need to be on scene. But at this point, it's much calmer. All of the kids have left. We know everybody is safe at this point, and they're over at Bear Creek Middle School. So everybody's taken certainly a deep breath over here. I've only seen a couple of parents come through. Most of them at this point, it seems, have moved over to Bear Creek Middle School and have filtered over on buses, and then the kids have filtered over on buses, and parents will pick them up from there.
Our Marissa Sarback live at the scene just outside of Palmetto Elementary School. Marissa, we're going to check back in with you in just a little bit. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and Zach, it was something interesting that the parents said about wanting more security. And of course, we're still waiting to figure out what exactly happened outside of the school besides the shooting, what were the circumstances around it. But you wonder if they're moving so swiftly. They've got the plan together because the security is in place, and this is exactly how it's supposed to work and what's supposed to happen when these incidents do occur. It seems the kids are okay, the faculty is okay. They got those students out of the elementary school and over to a safe location to reunite with their parents, And as a parent, you would think that, that's what you would want. And, the plan is in place.
And Danielle, absolutely true. And you get to the heart of what we're going to continue to emphasize, right? That all students and staff are safe. We're going to continue to emphasize this, especially if you're just tuning in and joining us right now. The big question at this point, when is reunification going to begin? When are parents and loved ones going to be able to start picking up their kids? Another question is, how did this all unfold? And what comes next on the investigative side of things? I believe we have our Cody Alcorn right now joining us remotely. Cody, I know you have been following this situation all afternoon. What are you learning right now?
Yeah, so Zach, obviously been following this through you guys, through sources, through social media. I actually just got off the phone a few minutes ago from a woman who commented on my Facebook page that she lives across the street from Palmetto Elementary School. She has cameras, so I reached out to her, just got off the phone with her and her son. So she was not at home, but her son was at home. He told me he heard multiple gunshots. He said more than three. He sounded like it was rapid fire. And then he said he stepped out. He heard a vehicle storming out of that parking lot. I'm told that investigators have taken their cameras. Now, she told me that she looked through the cameras, did not see anything that they were looking for, because initially we heard this was a black in color SUV, a Denali type SUV. That was the suspect's vehicle seen leaving there. So this does show you that multiple agencies are using neighborhood cameras, ring cameras, trying to get a glimpse of this vehicle. Obviously, Palmetto Elementary has security systems, so they likely have this vehicle, but they're looking to see a direction this went, and also hopefully to pick up on a flock camera. Of course, those are the cameras throughout the city, license plate readers who can ping this vehicle and hopefully get this person in a perimeter, get this person stopped. But that's what I just heard from this woman. Again, her son was at home. He said he heard multiple shots, but their camera did not pick it up. So it was just off the distance from that camera. But she said they have been speaking with investigators about this. Now, I asked her if they told her anything else. Obviously, right now, investigators' number one priority is finding this suspect. They did tell me that there was mention that this possibly was over a child. So, yes, while all the children are safe at that school, which is very fortunate this happened outside, and staff, sadly, this may involve a parent or parents of a student there at Palmetto Elementary School. Those are details we still do not know. But obviously, as you guys have been seeing the scene, sources have told me this does appear to be a homicide, which is heartbreaking to happen on this school grounds. Even though it did not happen inside the school, this is going to impact these kids who are now being bussed out. The parents are going to have a talk with them. They're going to have to understand what happened at this school. So again, while when we first initially heard this in the last hour or two that there was a shooting at this school, your first instinct is not again. But it does appear this might have been a domestic related incident outside. But nevertheless, it is still a heartbreaking situation unfolding on an elementary school property here in Fulton County.
Cody, a couple of questions for you, and thank you for joining us here. You mentioned a search for a suspect. We have not, at this point, gotten, at least here in the streaming center, our desk may have, gotten official confirmation that a suspect has been identified or that a suspect is on the loose. At this point, also, we have not gotten here in the streaming studio an official confirmation that this is being treated as a homicide investigation. Can you shed a little bit more light on what you were hearing to that respect and where that's coming from?
Yeah, obviously, the number one priority for law enforcement is not to tell us anything at this point. They will try to get us those details when they can, but right now they're focusing on finding the person responsible. These are this is information I initially got from sources who reached out to me when this first started developing. What I have been told through my sources is that a suspect did pull up to the school. I do not know exactly what happened at the school. Obviously, that's what's being investigated now, but shots were fired. You heard he mentioned that the kid told me that across the street. He heard those shots fired. And then the suspect pulled off. Initially, we were told the suspect was in a darkened color SUV, possibly a Denali. That's a GMC Cadillac type SUV. We did get a license plate number. Obviously, we have not been able to confirm that through law enforcement. Don't want to give that out, but that will help us if we do get any information of a pursuit, of an arrest, of a situation unfolding somewhere else in Metro Atlanta. We'll be able to piece this together. But at last check from my sources, there has been no indication the suspect has been captured. I don't have a name. I have a very general description. So again, law enforcement has these details. If they want us to put that out, of course, for the public to help, they will do so when they feel that's necessary. But right now, all I can tell you from my sourcing is that this did involve a male and a female. My sourcing originally told me the female was shot and was killed on the scene and the suspect left. Obviously, Zach, as you mentioned,
All right, you're watching Live Impact News right now. Palmetto Elementary School, that is in Georgia, was under a hard lockdown for a shooting investigation that took place outside of that school. Like I said, no injuries, no students or staff were involved in it. So that is some good news there. We're going to take a quick break right here on WCNC Plus, but we'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Like we were just saying, in about the last half hour, I should say, we did get those images of someone entering into Nancy Guthrie's home, those surveillance videos. We're going to go send it over to our sister station right now, and they're tracking the latest on those new images.
4 still shots and 2 different videos.
Yes, and what you're seeing right now, if you can look very closely here, it looks like in the middle picture that this subject is holding a flashlight in his mouth, because again, it was very dark at night in that area and there's not a lot of street lights. He is also using that brush that he went to go pick up. This is video now of him using that glove to kind of cover that camera. Intentionally, obviously, it's a much thicker glove to cover, most of that camera. Obviously, it looks like it doesn't really work well. So he goes back to the front porch area and then grabs some flowers, if you will, to try to cover more of that camera.
Let's go ahead and head out to Gil Correa if we can. Gil's a former homicide detective working on the Night Stalker case, of course, a very famous case. Gil, appreciate you coming in. You've watched this video. You've seen these pictures. What are your initial thoughts?
Well, I'm glad they're out. At least they have someone, and now that suspect knows that they have a better idea, at least in physical form, who he is. So it narrows the scope down, and it gives the viewing audience something to look at and something to feel a part of.
Gil, I know it's being very technical, but I've noticed from the NBC experts as well as, you know, the information that they're putting out here, they're still calling this person a potential subject and not a suspect. What are your thoughts on that? I mean, is there really a difference, even though, you know, it clearly looks like a suspect, but why are they being so picky on the wording?
I have no idea why they're being so picky on the wording. That may just be something that the media is using. I mean, you can call him an ice cream man if you want. The man is there on the early morning hours wearing a ski mask, gloves, obviously a weapon shown. It's not a time for delivery service, and nobody, if anybody saw him on the streets, they would have definitely called it in. So I don't know. They can call him anything they want to.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, so let's go over a couple of different things if we can. I find it very interesting that he's showing up with such a loaded backpack. Did that strike you at all?
No, it just tells me that I have to believe at this point in time, without anybody standing next to him, that it's a one-man operation. He's got the tools of his trade, whatever he needs, right with him in his backpack. He doesn't have anybody. There's no reason to have a second man waiting at the car to get away, or there's no reason to have somebody at the back door waiting to see if someone runs out. He's by himself. He's gloved up. He's masked. He's a man on a mission. He's ready to go to work, and he's got the tools of his trade with him.
So you really think this could be just a one-person deal and there isn't somebody waiting on the street in a car?
Well, I can't say that. I'm just assuming that there would be no real reason to have somebody waiting in a car. It's not like it's a rush getaway. A bank robbery isn't occurring. You're not going to have cops running after them right there. I would think that if you're taking somebody and there is a second person, you might have them helping you on the inside, not on the outside waiting in a car.
Gil, I have a question. We are in day 10 of this search for Nancy Guthrie. I mean, this is the first real break. Like you mentioned, that the public has had some information, something tangible that we can look out for, see if we've seen something. I mean, after 10 days of such a high-profile abduction here, what are your thoughts, given your expertise here, that, you know, Nancy's still out there, she's going to be recovered, where we are in this investigation? What are you thinking?
Well, I can't say or speculate as to why it took them 10 days because I don't know what they have found in their investigation. I don't know where they're at in their investigation, nor do I know how long it took for them to get back, if they had to wait for search warrant returns to get the images back from the company that had them. So the 10 days doesn't mean anything. The fact that they're releasing them means that they're ready to take assistance from anybody that can. You take help from anybody that's going to lend it to you to help solve the case.
We have
the matter that it took 10 days to get it out. That's just sometimes the logistics and the hardships of an investigation like this.
Yeah, it took them a while to access, I guess, Google, which is the parent company of Nest. You know, we have so many surveillance videos that come out, Gil, and where somebody's trying to hide their face and they hold an arm up or they've got a bandana. They kind of run in, they run out. They look like they're, you know, under duress. This guy, and tell me if I'm wrong, looks like he knows what he's doing. I don't want to say he's done it before, but what are your thoughts on this? Does he look like not a professional kidnapper, but he's experienced?
Oh, he is, and that tells me that he's got some inside knowledge as to who's going to be inside the house, what kind of protection she has. Is she, you know, a sleeper that's not going to be awakened right away? He doesn't seem to be in a hurry because he can't be seen from the streets. They don't expect a lot of traffic. The fact that he's got a little flashlight in his mouth doesn't project a lot of light other than what he wants to illuminate to make his job a little easier. So no, he's very deliberate and he's well versed in the craft that he's taken on.
You make a very interesting point, Gil. There was a Fox News report earlier today that law enforcement is investigating people familiar with the house, such as a landscaper, somebody who does the windows, somebody who does the roof, things like that. Is that the kind of thing you would have expected to happen much earlier in the investigation?
Oh, I won't say much here. With the law enforcement agencies that you have working it, they're doing everything possible. And who am I to stand up there and say you should have done this earlier? No, they know what they're doing, and they're doing it as fast as they can. And you don't, in cases such as this, even a murder, you don't move fast. You move whatever it takes to get the job done, because you have to protect yourself against a defense later on that's going to say you work too too fast. You don't want to miss anything.
Yeah, but at the same time, we're worried about an 84-year-old woman.
Exactly. I just want to mention right now, Savannah Guthrie seconds ago did just post now the videos. She had shared all of those images, but less than a minute ago, she's now sharing the videos that FBI Director Kash Patel shared, and along saying, bring her home. We believe she is still out there, and encouraging anyone who recognizes anything about these images, these videos, to give officials a call.
Yeah, and even her demeanor yesterday when she issued out the fourth public plea on behalf of the Guthrie family to find their mother, you can tell it was changed. She had on makeup. She seemed more confident. She seemed stronger, asking for people, if you have seen anything, please contact authorities. Again, we're showing this video again. Gil, you know, one thing that we also noticed, obviously, here too, is this was an armed person, and he had a pistol, you know, near his waist. What else do you make of this video? He seems very calm, obviously knows what he's doing. What else do you make of this?
The pistol itself, I heard one expert say a little while ago, and I didn't see it on the images there, the pistol's in his waistband, and they were earlier comments I heard which were leaning towards thinking the suspect or subject, whatever they call them, is left-handed. However, somebody looked at it and said, no, it's not. It's in a holster with the butt of the gun facing to the right, which tells me it's a cross draw, which means he can reach with his right hand and pull it out. He wouldn't be reaching with his left hand. So that tells me that perhaps he's a right-handed person.
Yeah, that's correct. That's the way that I saw it as well, that he could reach in and get it with his right hand. Looking at this video, Gil, is there, you as a trained investigator, what do you take away from this to possibly identify the person? Do you look at the eyes? Do you look at the mouth? Is it the clothing? If you had to get something out, the build, the gait, what do you take from this? What could you get out to the public to say, look at this closely?
I would say that he has, number one, thick thighs. So he's well built, stocky. The gloves that he's wearing, I've heard people talk about the gloves, different type of gloves. It just, my take is the gloves, he's wearing more than one pair.
Yeah.
In case there's a rip in one, there's something underneath that to make his hands look like that. Certainly the eyes. And then the fact, in one image I saw, it looks like he has a mustache. So it means that if he did have a mustache and now that this went out, he's going to shave it, which means now he'll have a area that'll be a different tone than the rest of his face. It recently shaven, won't have the sunlight won't have pigmented his face as well. And like I said, the eyes and everything around the eyes, that's what they're going to be looking for.
Gil, what's your...
And I may have, unless I'm wrong, I thought he looked a little...
Now we're going to head over to the White House, where they are actually going to be talking about the Guthrie case right now. So let's take a listen in.
So here at the White House, the president will host Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for a bilateral meeting. The remainder of the week will be focused on energy and deregulation. Tomorrow afternoon, the president will hold an event in the East Room to tout clean, beautiful coal as America's most reliable and affordable energy source, especially during periods of peak demand, just as we saw during this most recent winter storm, which impacted hundreds of millions of Americans. The president will discuss how clean, beautiful coal is not only keeping the lights on in our country, but also driving down the cost of electricity across the country as well. Additionally, on Thursday, President Trump will be joined by Administrator Lee Zeldin to formalize the rescission of the 2009 Obama-era endangerment finding. This will be the largest deregulatory action in American history, and it will save the American people $1.3 trillion in crushing regulations. The bulk of the savings will stem from reduced costs for new vehicles, with the EPA projecting average per vehicle savings of more than $2,400 for popular light-duty cars, SUVs, and trucks. This is just one more way this administration is working to make life more affordable for everyday Americans. Overall, these groundbreaking actions from President Trump will drive larger economic growth, create thousands of good-paying jobs, expand manufacturing, increase consumer choice, and improve affordability for millions of families and businesses. Finally, on Friday, President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump will travel to Fort Bragg in the great state of North Carolina to meet with military families and the heroic members of our special forces who carried out the successful Operation Absolute Resolve in Venezuela and helped bring narco-terrorist Nicolas Maduro to justice. I know the President and First Lady are both greatly looking forward to this visit. Also, the First Lady will celebrate Valentine's Day at the Children's Inn at the National Institute of Health tomorrow, with children, families, and NIH staff involved in clinical trials. In other news this week, thanks to President Trump signing the largest middle-class tax cut in history, this is shaping up to be the biggest tax refund season ever, and we are in it now. President Trump and Republicans fundamentally believe that Americans deserve to keep more of their hard-earned money, not less, which is why he fought so hard to deliver this long overdue relief. From no tax on tips, overtime or Social Security, to auto loan interest deductions on new American-made vehicles, plus increases to the standard deduction in child tax credit, more money is flowing back into the pockets of hardworking Americans. We're already hearing from everyday Americans across the country who are reporting substantial tax savings thanks to the Working Families Tax Cut, which every single Democrat in Congress voted against. AMAC, which represents millions of Americans, has heard directly from more than their 1,000 members already about how the Trump tax cuts are easing cost of living concerns. I wanted to share a few of those powerful responses with you today. This one comes from Dean and Wendy in Wisconsin, who said, quote, instead of paying out $3,700 last year, we got back $2,500 in refunds this year. This is huge for our family. Steve from California said, quote, the new senior citizen deduction is a tremendous relief and has given us peace of mind and the freedom to truly enjoy the retirement years we worked so hard for. Eric from Nevada said, as a senior, no tax on Social Security helps me tremendously. The no tax on tips helps my daughter-in-law as a waitress. The no tax on overtime helps my son, who works constantly. Our family savings from the One Big Beautiful Bill could total even more than $5,000. We love the Trump tax cuts. These are just a few positive examples of the everyday Americans that President Trump's tax cuts are uplifting. We'd love to hear more from the American people across the country who are benefiting from the Working Families tax cuts. The White House is also pleased to share that parents across the country can now officially apply to open a Trump account for their child. In order to apply, parents can visit trumpaccounts.gov and fill out the IRS form 4547. These Trump accounts are special investment accounts aimed at providing American children with a jump start on building wealth for life. They have all the tax advantages as a traditional IRA account, but are specifically tailored to build wealth the moment a child is born. Thanks to President Trump, every child born between January 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2028 is eligible to receive $1,000 from the U.S. Treasury to fund their account. Parents, guardians, and even nonprofits can then contribute up to $5,000 per year. Employers can also contribute up to $2,500 per year per employee. President Trump believes there is no better investment than investing in our nation's children. If you are a parent who maximizes contributions to your child's Trump account, its projected value could reach nearly $1.1 million by the time your child turns 28 years old, based on average historical stock market returns. Safe to say the Trump accounts will give a substantial head start to position the next generation for a brighter future. And with the stock market exploding under President Trump's pro-growth policies, there has never been a better time to sign up for an investment account like this. The Dow Jones just shattered 50,000 for the first time ever on Friday, and the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ continue smashing record after record. So with President Trump in charge, Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming once again, and these new Trump accounts for America's kids will boom too. So with that, once again, every parent should go to trumpaccounts.gov today, and I'm going to put it on my own personal to-do list to sign up for one as well. With that, I will take your questions. Caroline Downey from the National Review is here. Thank you for being here, and why don't you kick us off?
Thank you for having me. On the criticism that immigration enforcement has become arbitrary or not particularly prioritizing, Democrats have been circulating this statistic that only 14% of illegal aliens arrested under this administration are violent criminals, but we know that in deep blue cities with progressive district attorneys, it's common to plead down serious violent crimes into less serious offenses, which could be distorting those numbers. So given that backdrop, does the administration still stand by the messaging that you're targeting the worst of the worst, and does this prevailing narrative tell the whole story?
Well, thank you for bringing this up, Caroline. I've seen this CBS report floating around. There's a lot of liberal talking heads and pundits and Democrat elected politicians who think that this single story and these statistics and the way they are painted is somehow a shot at this administration. It is not, and let me correct the record. Number one, the Trump administration has been clear from day one that any illegal alien present in this country is subject to deportation. However, the priority, of course, is going after the convicted criminals, the worst of the worst, the murderers, the pedophiles, the rapists in this country. Interestingly, in the CBS story, what the Democrat talking heads on television are not saying is this line. Nearly 60% of ICE arrestees over the past year had criminal charges or convictions. And among that population, the majority of the criminal charges or convictions are for nonviolent crimes. Oh, well, what are nonviolent crimes, you ask? This has coincided with what DHS has been saying all along, that approximately 70% of illegal aliens arrested under President Trump have pending criminal charges and/or prior convictions. And these so-called nonviolent crimes, drug trafficking, distribution of child porn, burglary, fraud, DUI, embezzlement, solicitation of a minor, and human smuggling, just to name a few. So just because a crime is not violent in nature doesn't mean that crime is victimless. And I can guarantee every single person who is out there on television right now pointing to these statistics that were taken out of context by CBS News would not want an illegal alien convicted of the distribution of child porn or fraud or DUI living in your community. So the Trump administration will continue our focus on deporting all illegal aliens present in our country with a focus on the worst of the worst criminals. Thank you for being here. Gabe.
Caroline, thank you. And thank you for the update on our colleague Savannah Guthrie's mother. Is there anything more you can share? You said the president was reviewing that surveillance footage. What was his initial reaction when seeing those disturbing images? And does he believe that that suspect acted alone?
I haven't talked to him specifically about the second point on whether the suspect acted alone or not, so I don't want to weigh in on the president's thinking on that. His initial reaction, of course, as all Americans, is just pure disgust. And again, it's heartbreaking to see now this footage really bring to life a story we've all been reading about. And again, we're just praying for the safety of Nancy Guthrie and that she will return home soon. And the president directed me to please encourage all Americans with any information to call the FBI, and we hope that this case will come to a positive resolution as soon as possible.
We, of course, have a lot to talk about and a completely separate topic. I was hoping you can clarify something that's come up over the last several days, again, regarding a separate topic, in the Epstein files. According to newly released files, the president had a conversation with the Palm Beach police chief in the early 2000s, according to the police chief in 2019. The president has gone on record before, and he's told reporters that he said that that he had no idea about Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. During this conversation with the police chief, however, he did say, according to this recounting of it, that thank goodness you're stopping him. He also called Ghislaine Maxwell evil. So my two questions are, did that conversation with the Palm Beach Police Chief happen? And can you explain the discrepancy?
What I will say is that the president has always remained consistent and that he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his club at Mar-a-Lago because, frankly, Jeffrey Epstein was a creep. And unlike many other people who are named in these files, President Trump cut off his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and was honest and transparent about that for years and years. And so I think what the president has said all along has always remained true. And the release of more than 3 million documents related to Jeffrey Epstein and his heinous, disgusting crimes just shows the level of transparency that this president and administration has committed to in bringing these files to light.
But did he call the chief in 2006? Caroline, did he call the chief?
Look, it was a phone call that may or may not have happened in 2006. I don't know the answer to that question. What I'm telling you is that what President Trump has always said is that he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his Mar-a-Lago club because Jeffrey Epstein was a creep, and that remains true. And this call, if it did happen, corroborates exactly what President Trump has said from the beginning. And I'm sure many of you, when you read that alleged FBI report, probably thought to yourself, wow, this really cracks our narrative that we've been trying to push about this president for many years. So we're moving on from that. Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. I want to ask you about the SAVE Act. NBC reported that there's some hesitation among House Republicans on adding absentee ballot restrictions into the SAVE Act. Can you explain what the hesitation is among House Republicans and also just provide a status of negotiations with Congress on the legislation?
Sure. I can't speak for House Republicans, Reagan. I can obviously speak for the president, who is quite possibly the strongest supporter of the Save America Act, which, as you know, would require proof of citizenship to register to vote. It would require proof of identification, a photo identification before casting a ballot, and it would also ensure that there are exceptions made. I think that's what you're alluding to with these conversations with House Republicans for reasonable requests, of course, for our military, for individuals who are disabled and cannot make it to the polls. Those are reasonable, common sense things that I believe House Republicans are discussing amongst themselves. But as for the president, he's been very clear. He wants House Republicans and Democrats, too, if they were politically wise, to pass this legislation, for the Senate to pass it, to send it to the president's desk so it can be signed into law.
Follow-up. I'm wondering when the last time the president spoke to Leader Thune was and if he discussed using the standing filibuster to pass legislation.
The president has given his position on the standing filibuster. As for his most recent conversation with Leader Thune, frankly, I'm not sure. I do know they speak very frequently. The president's in constant communication with both Leader Thune and the House Speaker, Mike Johnson. Stephen. I see we switched up our seating chart. Your direct line of sight now. Congratulations.
Thank you to the Correspondents Association for recognizing the New York Post's reach. I've got two questions for you, one about the Guthrie case and then another about infrastructure. On the Guthrie case, does President Trump have a warning to the culprits here about what would happen to them, what federal consequences they would face if they do not release Nancy Guthrie unharmed?
I think anyone who was involved in this depraved crime, this abduction, of course, we want to be seen held to the fullest extent of the law possible.
And on infrastructure, can you explain why President Trump asked Chuck Schumer to help him rename Penn Station and Dulles Airport after himself? Why is he interested in having his name on those two buildings? And why are the Gateway Tunnel funds the proper point of pressure to get that to happen?
To your first question about the renaming, why not? It was something the president floated in his conversation with Chuck Schumer. As for the funding, the president has addressed that separately himself. Danny.
Thanks. Today, the vice president's account posted and then deleted a tweet about the Armenian genocide. And then last week, President Trump's Truth Social account posted and then deleted a racist video about the Obamas. And the White House again blamed that on a staffer. I wanted to ask you, does the White House have a social media problem at the moment? Do you have an auto-posting problem that's leading to these mistakes?
No. As for the Armenian tweet that you're referring to, I would just refer you back to the White House's message that was issued on Armenian Remembrance Day, and there's been no change of policy at this time. Mary.
Thanks, Caroline. When the president goes to Beijing in the spring, does he have plans to try and advocate on behalf of Jimmy Lai, who was just sentenced to 20 years yesterday?
This is something I've heard the president advocate for both publicly and privately. I had the honor of being in that meeting with President Trump and President Xi in South Korea that took place, and this was brought up by the president himself. It is important to him, and he looks forward to visiting China in April.
Caroline.
Go ahead.
Hey, Caroline. So some Republican lawmakers from Nebraska have said they're worried that the Argentinian beef executive order will sideline some American ranchers. How will the Trump administration make sure prices go down for consumers without harming those ranchers?
Of course. Well, both things can happen at the same time. That's the president's belief. He wants to see prices come down. In fact, I just overheard him on the phone with Secretary Rollins. They were talking about something different, but he's always saying we got to make sure that prices continue to come down. As you know, Secretary Rollins successfully did that with respect to egg prices. Beef prices are coming down slightly, and the president wants to see that continue. He believes that a minor import to the country with cattle might be a short-term solution with respect to bringing down prices, but of course protecting our American cattle and rancher industry is a priority for the president, and he's in touch with those stakeholders. We've had them here at the White House a few times in recent months to discuss this issue directly. John.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. Yesterday, the president on social media threatened to block the new Gordie Howe Bridge, which would connect Detroit to Canada. This is a bridge that was fully paid for by Canada. It used American labor to construct it. It used American steel to construct that bridge. The president in 2017 was actually in favor of this bridge, part of a joint statement that he put out when he met with the Canadian Prime Minister. Why has the president changed his mind as it relates to this bridge?
I think the president was very clear and direct in his truth, John, but just to reiterate, the fact that Canada will control what crosses the Gordie Howe Bridge and owns the land on both sides is unacceptable to the president. It's also unacceptable that more of this bridge isn't being built with more American-made materials, even more so than what President Barack Obama committed to with the Canadians at the time, at the start of the project. He also believes that the U.S. should own at least half of the bridge, have shared authority over what passes across it, and participate in the economic benefits generated by its use. This is just another example of President Trump putting America's interests first, and so he made that very clear in his call with Prime Minister Carney earlier today. Phil.
Thank you, Caroline.
Sure.
DHS Secretary Kristi Noem just posted a photo of herself signing the last contract to build a border wall between Laredo, Del Rio, and Big Bend, Texas, among reports that construction had stalled. Is the president satisfied with the pace of construction?
The president wants to make sure that the full border wall is built as quickly as possible, of course. I know this is a priority for him dating back to 2016, and so absolutely he wants to ensure that the border wall is built under budget and ahead of schedule is how President Trump likes to view building projects, and that includes the border wall.
Satisfied with the pace of construction thus far?
I think the president is never satisfied. He always wants to ensure that things are moving along as quickly as possible, but I know Secretary Noem is on it, and she's doing a great job.
Thank you, Caroline.
You're welcome. Sure, go ahead.
Thank you.
Charlie.
On the Nancy Guthrie case, is the president satisfied with the federal and local investigation so far? And has there been any more contact from the White House or the president with the family?
I don't think anybody will be satisfied until this case is brought to a close and until Nancy Guthrie is returned home safely with her loved ones.
And about the White House contacts, has the president contacted the family since?
Not since that initial phone call. Sure. Tamara.
Thank you. The National Governors Association is removing a meeting with President Trump from his agenda because only Republicans were invited. Is the White House reconsidering inviting Democrats, or do you think Republicans are still going to show up? Where does that stand now?
No, look, I just spoke with the president about this. It is a dinner at the White House. It's the people's house. It's also the president's home, and so he can invite whomever he wants to dinners and events here at the White House. I believe Governor Moore was invited last year, and he did not show up to the dinner last year. Nobody reported on it. But again, the president has the discretion to invite whomever he wants to the White House, and he welcomes all those who received an invitation to come. And if they don't want to, that's their loss. House.
And on Ghislaine Maxwell, is the president going to rule out a pardon for her? In her testimony, deposition yesterday, her legal team seemed to be making a case, again, for a pardon from the president.
Again, this is not something I've discussed with the president recently because, frankly, it's not a priority. He's focused on many of the issues that the American people are dealing with and providing solutions to those issues. So I haven't spoken with him recently. Last time we did speak about it, he said it's not something he's considering or thinking about.
Caroline.
Go ahead, Bloomberg.
Thanks, Caroline. Secretary Lutnick today was testifying on the Hill, and he said that he had visited Epstein's Island in 2012 with his wife and children, and that's after he said that he had cut ties with Epstein, and Justice Department documents show that he was in contact with Epstein through 2018 over messages. So does the White House stand behind Secretary Lutnick right now, or given what he has said today, has there been any shift in how the White House is viewing Secretary Lutnick's performance?
No, Secretary Lutnick remains a very important member of President Trump's team, and the president fully supports the secretary. I will just point out that there are a lot of wins in the news this week that people in this room have not asked about because you continue to ask questions about the same subject, so let me point them out for you. Again, on Friday, the Dow shattered 50,000 for the first time ever. This week, the American Society of Plastic Surgeons came out in opposition to gender mutilation surgeries for children. They are the first major medical group to do so. A federal appeals court today, nobody asked about that, just upheld the Trump administration's policy of detaining illegal aliens, validating the strong measures that have driven illegal crossings to historic lows, and sent a crystal clear message that under President Trump, if you enter the country illegally, you will be detained and removed. The murder rate, again, not a single question about this, has plunged to a 125-year low as crime falls across the board, thanks to President Trump's crime crackdown. We also saw this week national median rents have fallen to a 4-year low following 6 consecutive monthly declines, and mortgage affordability has surged to a 4-year high. Home ownership is the core foundation principle of the American dream, and I will repeat that mortgage affordability this week surged to a 4-year high, but not a single of
All right, hearing from the White House press secretary right there, but we're going to take a quick break on Live Impact News, and we'll be right back here on WCNC Plus. You're watching Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. We're going to head over to Raleigh, where Josh Stein is speaking right now. So let's take a listen in.
Program. I don't think I heard a number on the amount of electricity that could be saved through it. Is there any kind of range or estimate there?
Our estimate is that just in 2025, in those homes where these measures have been taken, it was, where'd it go? 293 kilowatt hours were saved, and that's just with a small number of homes that have gotten these energy efficiency upgrades.
Sure. And this is a big program. Obviously, it is also a small chunk of the total homes in North Carolina. Is there any thought as to kind of the signal this could send towards the broader market of either home builders, renovations, anything as far as energy efficiency efforts go?
I missed part of what you said.
Yeah, so you're not going to get every house in North Carolina to increase their energy efficiency through this program. Is there thinking that this might be kind of a signal to the market that energy efficiency efforts, get a workforce in place, tell people thinking about renovations that they need to go through these, that kind of thing?
I hope it does send a signal that people want and need and deserve energy efficient homes so that they have a more comfortable, healthy life and save money. And so it's one of the reasons why we are going to be talking about this program every single day all around the state, not only to sign people up to get their energy efficient upgrades in their homes, but also, as you say, to send a signal that this is something that people want and need and deserve.
Last question.
Yep.
Thank you. Sorry, quick question from my colleague. Regarding the Elections Board lawsuit, can you point to anything Republicans have done that a board under your control would do differently?
All I can do is point to what the board has done that gives me pause. I have not seen the submissions, so I can't say definitively how I would have responded, but the idea that having fewer early voting locations on college campuses is somehow promoting democracy is wrong. The idea that you would take away options for people to vote on Sunday when that may be the day they prefer to vote, making it less convenient for them to participate in our democracy, that is a backward step. So my hope is that this board carries out elections justly, with fidelity, with the goal of ensuring that every eligible voter in North Carolina has the opportunity to have his or her voice heard. And at this point, the jury is out. Thank you all.
All right. Heard from the governor there. We're actually going to go back to Atlanta, where a woman was shot and killed.
That's the sound of an American
outside Palmetto Elementary. So let's take a listen into that coverage.
Adam Ferrari, and I'm the CEO of Phoenix.
Did it seem to them like something commonplace? Because surely it wasn't. But
well, that's a.
They try to prepare for.
I think it was familiar too. Yeah, the child sort of described the response as if it was something that was sort of common to him and known to him. And so, I mean, we know that schools are doing active shooter drills. They frequently don't necessarily come home and tell their parents about it even anymore, because those protocols are kind of commonplace now in public schools and private schools, probably, for that matter. And so, yes, the answer is this child knew what was happening when the teacher turned off the lights and ordered them to go into a back corner of the room away from the door.
And Doug, this is Danielle here. Just a question about the scene. I know that they're keeping reporters back a little bit, but you've been able to talk to some people. How is this process look? Does it look like it's going smoothly? Is it chaotic? Are parents coming in terrified, afraid? What's kind of the mood on the ground where you are?
It varies widely. I've heard some parents say that they never really got any kind of formal notification. Did talk to one parent who said, yes, we did get a notification, and that's why I'm here. So there seems to be a varied sort of sense of how much information the school system actually gave to parents while this was taking place. And as a result, there are various levels also of sort of disbelief and anger to some extent, and relief, obviously, that nobody's hurt. Relief when the niece that the aunt that I described a few minutes ago, saw these 3 children that she was here to pick up. But I am hearing a number of stories from folks who didn't feel like they were looped in sort of the time frame that they might have expected to have been following an incident like this. And of course you say that recognizing that the school system itself is also trying to make sense of what's happening in real time and trying to notify parents as quickly as they can based on what information they have also in real time. So if it sounded a little chaotic, it's not surprising that it's chaotic, knowing what I know both as as a guy who covers public schools and as a parent of children in public schools, that they learn things and they tell parents when they can, and sometimes the information is incomplete. I myself sometimes have that problem when I'm communicating news events. So yeah, this is actually going pretty smoothly considering all those circumstances, Zach and Danielle.
Well, Doug, we appreciate you communicating with us throughout this day. And one last question for you. As you monitor this exit point from Bear Creek Middle School, do you have a sense of how long it is taking and how long it may take to complete this reunification process?
Well, why don't we all scan this together? I'm going to step out of the way here, and Hunter is going to zoom in, and when he does, you will see within my eye shot about 3 dozen cars that are lined up, and then in addition to the cars that are going in and out past the cars that are lined up. And then as we pull back out and then pan over possibly to the left, you would also see another 15 cars just within eye shot, and then more cars that are out of eye shot that are going to the back of the building. And the back of the building is probably a good quarter mile from here. And so my answer to your question is it's taken a long time. This is not a normal pickup for parents at this school. First, because they're not at their own school. Second, the school buses that might normally pick them up, we've not seen a parade of school buses coming in here to pick up elementary school children. It appears that it is up to the parents to pick up their elementary school children at this particular middle school, at least at the moment.
Our Doug Richards,
they may be pulling that together.
Of students from Palmetto Elementary School who have been bused over to Bear Creek Middle School, and we presume also parents of students at Bear Creek themselves following this shooting outside of Palmetto Elementary School. Doug, we appreciate it. We're going to check back in with you in just a little bit. Zach Merchant and Danielle Nottingham with you now as we approach 2:20 in the afternoon. Let's get you recapped, if you're just joining us, on what we have been following today. Around noon, confirmed by the Fulton County School District, an incident caused a lockdown outside of Palmetto Elementary School. It's in the southern portion of Fulton County, about 500, give or take, students in that student body. We subsequently learned and was confirmed by Fulton County authorities that one person was shot and killed, a woman, outside of the school. Fulton County school officials confirming that all students and staff are safe. Mm-hmm. They have been relocated via a long caravan with a police escort of buses over to Bear Creek Middle School, where you just saw Doug Richards, where the relocation and reunification process is underway. Still questions, Danielle, and a lot of questions that we're waiting for firm confirmation on about the investigative side of this, who this person was, who was killed, and a lot of subsequent questions there too.
Especially a shooting happening right outside of the elementary school. And as our Marissa Sarback was reporting from the ground there at Palmetto Elementary, she was saying this happened like right in front of the school. On school grounds. So a big question is, how did someone get there with a gun? What's in place there? And are they related, or how are they connected to anyone who was inside or outside of that school at the time? And Zach, what we just heard from Doug Richards, some of the words that he used, which I can completely understand with parents, relief. He's out there with the reunification of parents and students, and he said some are relieved, some are a bit confused. They might not have had all the information about what was going on, but for the most part, things out there have been going smoothly. It's been orderly, and authorities are asking, if you're a parent, if you're a loved one, if you're a guardian, and you have a child to pick up from Palmetto Elementary, to go straight to Bear Creek, where they are right now. Do not go to the elementary school. Of course, right now, as was confirmed, it's a crime scene. But again, the good news here, the students are safe, and they're just working right now on getting everyone back with their family safely and back home, and that process may take a while. So they're also asking for patience at this time, and the updates on what's going on, it's going to come from Fulton County schools, they say to the parents directly. So right now, Zach, we're waiting to get some more information from authorities on the ground there. Hopefully they'll set up a time when they'll speak to reporters who are out there, so we can get some more answers to the questions we have about what happened today.
And questions I'm sure that you have as well as you're watching along. And these are questions that will get asked. These are questions we will get answers to. Law enforcement, first responders, the educators inside the both Palmetto Elementary, Bear Creek Middle, the Fulton School District, juggling a lot today. And we're going to continue to follow this throughout the day. Good news, all students and staff are safe. And we just continue, we saw that shot earlier today of, it looked like a parent or a loved one just giving a big hug to another parent who had pulled up on the scene outside of Bear Creek Middle maybe 30, 45 minutes ago, and you could just see the emotion that you recognize in an instant in their eyes, just the fear and the unknown that any parent, any loved one would feel getting this news about your child's school. Thankfully, all those students and staff are safe. We're going to continue to follow all of this right alongside you. We're going to take a quick break right now. We'll be right back with much more in just a moment.
You like saving money?
All right. We are going to also take a break right here on Live Impact News, but keep it right here on WCNC Plus. Welcome back to Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. We've been following a lot of breaking news stories throughout the day, so keep it right here on WCNC Plus as we continue to follow stories. You're going to see in the box right below me the surveillance video that was just released for Nancy Guthrie's case. Someone coming into her home, and that surveillance video was caught on one of her cameras. So that is there, and then also the FBI number to call if you do have any information will also be popping up in that box. I do want to go over to Washington right now. Buddhist monks speaking. They're at the Washington National Cathedral right now. They started in Texas on October 26th, making their way through Charlotte, actually came through in mid-January, and now they are up in Washington, D.C. They are taking some questions right now, so let's take a listen in.
Hi, thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum, namaste. My question is, how do we reconcile the belief that we must be still and we must be at peace with our duty to act in the name of justice? So how do we reconcile both our duty for justice and our belief of stillness?
Respected Bhikkhu Bodhi, I would like to invite you up here.
Okay, so Venerable Panya Kara has requested me to answer that question. And I think it's a very extremely important question because in my opinion, in the situation that we are facing in this country and around the world, inner peace is certainly an essential requirement, but we also need justice. Because what we see taking place in this country right now, I have to tell you, I'm 81 years old. I grew up during the period of the 1960s when we had the civil rights movement, 1964, 65, voting rights, civil rights. Wow, the country is opening up, losing its heritage of racism and discrimination. The anti-war movement against the war in Vietnam, we're coming to an era of peace. Then early 1970s, the feminist movement, women's rights are coming to the front of our social consciousness. And now what are we facing? I have to say, sadly, it's almost a reign of terror, where people are being terrified. School children afraid to go to school from fear that they're going to be grabbed off the streets and sent to a prison or detention camp. Workers afraid to go to work. Families being torn apart. So it seems that we have to balance this inner peace with what I call a strong commitment to conscientious compassion. That is compassion inspired by a sense of conscience, a responsibility for the welfare of all our fellow citizens, all the residents of this country, and indeed a universal compassion for all human beings around this world. And do we have a loka here?
Yes, we do.
All sentient beings around the world. Yeah, so we have to combine the quest for inner peace with this conscientious commitment out of compassion to ensure justice and promote really the well-being, safety, and security of people who are in trouble, endangered. But I'm just a stupid monk, so I don't really know very much.
I'm just a stupid monk. I love that. That is so funny. Monks, they are right now in Washington's National Cathedral. They are answering questions. Very fun to see them. They were in Charlotte, passing Charlotte in mid-January. So it was really cool to see them walking on by as well. We're going to take a quick break here on WCNC Plus, but keep it right here on Live Impact News. Welcome back to Live Impact News right here on WCNC Plus. We are going to be local right now in Charlotte. We're going to toss it over to Bria. She is talking to a local man who raised more than $100,000 for cancer research. He's actually running, and this is all because of his mother, right, Bria?
Yeah, Megan. So just a couple of months ago, this past December, Matt Nolan, he's a local attorney here in the Charlotte area, but turned to running. He lost his mother due to pancreatic cancer just a few months ago. And so this kind of motivated him to to create a fundraiser, rather, to raise money for, cancer research, essentially all types of cancer. So he's partnered with the Blood Cancer United. That is where the money will go to further cancer research. So he started just taking a couple of steps, a couple of miles, and he's getting ready for the big Boston Marathon that'll be taking place here in a couple of months. And so he's prepared. He trains extraneous hours. I mean, he wakes up 4 hours, in the morning prior to having to be to work just to train for this marathon. But he really just hopes that people can take away the fact that whether, you're starting to run for a cause or, supporting a cause, no matter if it's donating, or anything like that, to just definitely make sure if you're able to do so. So there is a link that will be attached to this story where people can donate, where they can learn more about Matt, his mother, and his mission to supporting cancer research.
That is awesome. Bria, I know that you are a person who works out and runs and does all that. Training for a marathon is no joke.
No joke at all. I ran my first 5K, Meg, literally, I'd say like 3-4 months ago, and it was so humbling. I was telling Matt actually that if I were to ever do one again, I know there's one this weekend actually, that I'd have to definitely train. And that's coming from a former soccer player. So 2 different worlds, running and soccer, but very humbling for sure. So shout out to them.
Absolutely. Yes, we wish him lots of luck, and Bria will have all that information on our WCNC mobile app with where you can donate. So Bria, thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Now we are going to head to South Carolina right now. In South Carolina, we have gotten the latest measles numbers. They just updated this today. The total number of cases is 933. The most measles cases is in the age group of 5 to 11. We are now joined with Miles Harris right now. And Miles, what are doctors telling you over there?
Yeah, Megan, so we did get a chance to talk to a pharmacy out here, but we also did get a chance to talk to Senator Margie Bright Matthews. She actually just proposed a bill to state lawmakers in regards to actually changing some of the policies and the laws when it comes to requirements, when it comes to kids, especially of those ages, when it comes to the MMR, the measles vaccine. So in their bill, in the proposed bill that she presented to state lawmakers, it actually lifts that religious restriction for those kids, especially having the conversation with those parents as well, and trying to make sure that those vaccination rates are kind of going up, but also making sure that, especially in those large group settings, that these families and these kids are staying as safe as they possibly can. Now, again, we did talk to a pharmacy here in Rock Hill, Prime Family Pharmacy, and even started with just the general questions. Hey, are you seeing more people, customers, patients coming into your guys' pharmacy and asking more questions about the measles vaccine? They most certainly are. They're seeing parents asking a lot of questions on the safety measures when it comes to if they give their kids the vaccine, what is the safe way, what are the safety or what are the concerns, the side effects, things of that nature. So they are happy to see those conversations and questions come up when it comes to vaccines and the questions regarding that from patients and customers as well. But again, the big concern is the alarming large amount of numbers and cases that we are seeing regarding measles, particularly in the South Carolina area. We have seen some of those numbers even kind of trickle into North Carolina, even the Mecklenburg County area as well. But again, state lawmakers are also kind of putting their matters into hands as well and trying to do their part in trying to keep the community as safe as they possibly can when it comes to this current measles outbreak and uptick that we're seeing right now, Megan.
All right, Miles. Yeah, thank you so much. Lots of new cases that we are seeing in the upstate Spartanburg, the worst with 890. So thank you for letting us know what's going on there and what pharmacists are really seeing. It's good to know that people are asking questions. So we appreciate you, Miles. Thank you. All right, we're going to take a quick break right here on Live Impact News, but keep it right here on WCNC Plus. We'll be about 2 minutes from when we come back. Welcome back to Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Let me tell you something. It is a gorgeous day today. If you haven't been outside, it's absolutely beautiful. Great time to go walk those dogs. Just be outside. Look at that. Look at our little. That's not little. She's a big girl. Look at our Queen City. That skyline right there looking absolutely beautiful. Majestic Storm is going to share what we are expected to see for the rest of the week.
What a gorgeous day we have today. Clear sunny skies out there at Lake Norman. And I'll tell you what, it doesn't just look nice, but it feels fantastic as well, with temperatures continuing to get warmer and warmer this afternoon. Now, you are going to notice a bit more cloud coverage as we progress later on into the afternoon and early into the evening, but we still have plenty of more time to get outside and soak it up. 70-degree temperatures. I'm not kidding you. It is going to be nice. Hopefully, you can get outside, you're going for a walk, maybe your dogs need a walk, maybe you're heading out to the golf course, I don't know. Hopefully it's just something outside today. Tomorrow, temperatures still remain quite nice, upper 60-degree temperatures for our highs. More cloud coverage tomorrow though, so don't plan on another sunny day. We actually have some scattered rain showers for the first half of our day tomorrow, and then gradually getting a little bit of afternoon sunshine. This weekend, I hope you didn't forget, it's Valentine's weekend. We are also watching another system that's going to pull in some rain showers. We'll talk about that, but let's keep up with the good stuff. Yesterday was beautiful, 52 degrees though. Today, 20 degrees warmer. It was one of those days where you grab a jacket heading out the door this morning and you're tossing it aside by the afternoon. You're rolling down the windows, you're going cruising. Whatever it is so comfortable and beautiful across the Carolinas as a whole. Even up there in the mountains, seeing a nice mix of upper 50s and low 60s. Across the foothills, we'll have 70 degrees this afternoon in Hickory. Morganton, I see you out there, low 70s for you as well. Just to the south, we're looking at Gastonia and Shelby, 72 there, and upper 60s there in Gastonia and Statesville. Low 70s from Monroe to Wadesboro, so across the board, it is going to be a nice day today. But don't forget, like I mentioned, a little bit more cloud coverage by the time you're picking up the kids after school. Maybe you're coming home from work. Still going to be nice, very, very comfortable, but not quite as clear as to what we saw this morning. And those clouds, they're going to linger into the overnight hours. And when we have clouds overnight and early in the morning, they act like a blanket, keeping us a little warmer early in the morning. And that's why our temperatures, they're really not cooling down a whole lot overnight. 59 degrees heading out the door tomorrow. That's a warm, warm low for this time of the year. That's even warmer than our actual high for where we should be. We should be at about 56 for our seasonal average daytime high. And you can see our lows across the board are going to be feeling nice. So if you're somebody who likes to wake up and head out for your morning run or walk, I'd say forget the layers. You're not going to need them tomorrow. But tomorrow afternoon, those temperatures will be a couple of degrees cooler than where we will be today, but still pretty nice. Small chance for a few straight showers tomorrow, especially in the morning. Much the same on Saturday. And then on Sunday, that's the day that you need to be ready for some rain. Taking us into the afternoon or early evening here, 6 o'clock, notice more cloud coverage starts to push through. Still very, very comfortable. Heading into our Wednesday morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, 56 degrees. I think we can handle that. Could we see a few scattered showers? Yes, but then by Wednesday afternoon, things are looking nice. Over the next 3 days, 68 degrees for our high temperature tomorrow, and then gradually getting a little bit cooler. And then Saturday is the day that you need to keep your rain gear handy or have indoor plans, especially actually by Sunday. Sunday's the day that we do have all of that rain pushing through. There's that Jerry Hunt Super Center 7-day forecast. So again, multiple days of very comfortable conditions. Come Saturday, not bad. Nice mix of sun and clouds for our Valentine's Day, but Sunday we'll look for widespread rain across the Carolinas. Hope you have a great day.
Absolutely gorgeous. We love to see it. Okay, we're going to head on over to Raleigh right now, where the defense is arguing in Austin Thompson's sentencing hearing. So this is the mass shooter's legal team, and they're trying to convince a judge that Thompson should have the chance at parole. Thompson did plead guilty to killing 5 people on October 13th, 2022, when he was just 15 years old. So let's take a listen in.
rage, if you want to use that term, and a diminution of everything else. It takes over their life. In this instance, what we have is a teenage boy who's into guns, a teenage boy who's enrolled in I think a public safety class in school, who wants to take some higher level law enforcement class, but has to do this one first, who at some time in the past had considered, and I think maybe even searched about doing various law enforcement activities, I think even perhaps forensic gun work. And so there's an interest in Austin Thompson that falls into these areas. I'll call it, some of the topics are morbid, a morbid curiosity. So even myself, this is not unusual in teenage boys.
So talk about that more, and any kind of morbid curiosity in your experience with boys specifically.
Things in psychiatry really relate to the extent, the degree to which an activity becomes the center of someone's life. It is not at all unusual for teenage males to be interested in guns, to have sort of a morbid curiosity with sort of violence. That when I was growing up, it was the big thing, was Faces of Death. Faces of Death. There was no internet. But let me tell you, all of my friends, and I'll admit myself, would occasionally secretly go out and manage to get one of those videos. They're morbid, they're gross, but there is an inherent curiosity that runs particularly common in males. And to the extent that I've had some limited experience with reality crime TV shows, having worked on one at one time, those shows, their demographic is primarily middle-aged women. So if those were risk factors for driving homicidal violence, if gaming or preoccupation with crime TV shows, which, by the way, many of his Austin Thompson searches were about criminal TV shows, he was interested in those things. That's where, as a forensic examiner, you look at the context of it. Yeah, he was interested in those things. You know what? I kind of was too. Most of my friends were. You look at it in terms of proportionality. There were, I don't know how many thousands, but I know it was tens of thousands. If those searches were a primary component of his digital life, his digital footprint, and you saw a change in the pattern, demonstrable over time, and really a preoccupation with those morbid, violent sort of subjects, then it carries a different connotation. When it's far less than dinosaur searches, it starts taking on less significance. So.
Thank you, Doctor. And probably sum up on everything. Look at everything that involved with Austin Thompson, your interviews, your going through the discovery. Walk us out the ruling out process and coming to the decisions and opinions that you have here today.
So here, I'll sum this up very briefly, which I'm sure everybody will appreciate. So my task, as I understood it in this case, was to try to fill in the why. Basically, why did this individual do, what drove this? So I began the analysis, obviously focusing in on those subjects, those kinds of characteristics of an individual, and those kinds of changes in an individual's life that are typically seen as harbingers of ultimate mass homicides, right? The ostracization, the presence of mental illness, psychosis in particular, suicidal depression, intrafamilial abuse, bullying, psychopathy or antisocial personality. All of those, and I'm leaving off the list. But so I went in, and as I'm looking through the data, I'm saying, well, is this present? Is this present? Is this present? Is there an escalating focus on the drive? Are people observing concerns? Is he leaking concerns? And so those things started falling away from the wayside. Essentially, I wouldn't say taken off of the differential, right? They're still possible, but the evidence for my forensic analysis does not support the presence of, I'll just call it, red flag harbingers for this event to have occurred. And in medicine, when you rule out effectively, to my satisfaction, the common causes of a condition or an event in this case, then that which is less likely to occur becomes more likely to occur. Now, as you know from looking at my report, I did not offer opinion with a reasonable degree of medical certainty that Austin Thompson did in fact experience an episode of dissociation at the time, regardless of the cause. I personally, there's not a strict definition to that term, reasonable medical certainty. I have traditionally utilized a definition that is relatively high. Can't just be a good idea to conclusively offer a finding that he had this episode occur. However, I will tell you that as these other causes effectively were ruled out, this episode of dissociation became, in my view, this is my medical opinion, it is the most likely scenario that the evidence before me of absence of typicality in this mass homicide event, the absence of primary mental illness, and some evidence of paradissociation, be it depersonalization and derealization, during the offense, makes this result most likely to have occurred in the context of dissociation with a known potential cause. But it is a rare potential cause. But once you rule out everything else that's more likely, rare things do happen. And there is evidence to support that conclusion, but I'm limiting my finding. But I still think it's most likely.
And you started at first by eliminating those paths to violence.
That is correct. To my satisfaction, yes.
To your satisfaction.
Yes.
And those paths to violence are similar to the same things that Dr. Gibson had talked about, and you agree that he does not fit into those brackets, I guess, for having those.
I think I agree with what you said to the extent I understood her testimony, yes.
That's fair. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Cross-examination, Mr. Woodford.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Well, Doctor, I guess I'll start out at the end, the kind of the last thing that you just said. I mean, you generated a report about this whole topic, right?
That is correct.
And I think that's your report's in evidence, right?
I believe it is, yes.
I believe it's Defendant's Exhibit 6.
It is.
Nowhere in that report do you say what you just told us, right?
That it's not reasonably medically certain? I say exactly that.
You say that this is the most likely cause of what made Austin Thompson do this.
What I said, and I was very clear to limit my opinion, is that while I do not have no, I didn't say it was most likely. I said it's the only reason I can come up with, which makes it by definition the most likely reason. I mean,
where do you say that it's the only? Just point me to that in your report.
It's the only reason I provided.
If you'll show me in your report where you say that is the only reason, so that I can follow along with you in Defendant's Exhibit 6.
Well, I don't know that I said that, but obviously if I had other reasons, I would put them in there, wouldn't I?
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask you the question, sir, but the question that I asked you, did you say that in your report? And you said, well, no, I didn't say that. I said it's the only. So what I'm asking you is for you to show me in Defendant's Exhibit 6 where you say it is the only thing that could have caused this, in my opinion, is this medicine and his reaction to it.
I'm not sure I said that in the report exactly like that, but you're not reading the report correctly if you don't think that's what it says. I mean, language has meaning, right?
It does, right?
I mean, I can read the summation if you want into the record.
I asked you if you said that in your report. You told me that you said that it was the only. You in fact corrected me and said, no, I say it's the only.
No.
I'm just asking you where in the report it says that it is the only reasonable explanation.
I didn't say that, and I didn't exactly testify to that here. That words matter. What I said is that those other typical reasons were removed to my satisfaction, and I think I specifically said, but it could still be the case. There may be information we don't have.
Okay.
But I agree with what you said, though. What you said about the language in the report, that's correct. Okay. I'll give you that.
Because words matter, right?
Words matter.
All right. And in fact,
and I stand by all of mine, every last one.
Okay. And in fact, you said that you ruled out everything that would have been, everything else that could have been the cause.
To my satisfaction.
Right. And so the likely outcome of that is that there could have been something else that was the cause of this, right?
Oh, I agree with that entirely, yeah.
Right. Because when you boil it all down to the nuts and bolts of this whole thing, you don't know why he did what he did, correct?
I said I don't know why.
Right.
Yeah, I did say that in the report.
In fact, none of the experts that talked to him can say why he did this.
That is very much correct.
And the one thing that you are
Well, I think I need to
I'm going to need one person to talk at a time because the court reporter
understood
down both voices.
I didn't finish
the question.
Yeah.
Let him finish the answer.
Was there something else
There
you wanted
was.
to say?
I can't give the answer to why this happened, and that's pretty unusual in these cases. That's what I was trying to say. It's unusual and frustrating to be unable to ascertain, because in typical cases, you can nail it down pretty quick usually.
And in typical cases, you are not dealing with someone that has shot themselves in the forehead with a double-aught buckshot that have, as you described, catastrophic damage to his frontal lobe.
Well, I've seen plenty of them where they're dead, but you can still sort it out from their pre-event history because they leave a trail. They always leave a trail, always.
Right, and when they leave a trail, some of that is you have to take what they're telling you. If they tell you why they did something, you kind of have to consider that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it means a lot more when they're telling other people why they're about to do it. But sure, I agree with that.
Well, and you talked a little bit about, Doctor, the change in the way the people are developing and dealing with people in this post-COVID society, right?
I did.
And that also could prevent or cause issues in finding that trail in current, right? Because we're dealing with less people.
Sir, I think that you're right now. I think his relationship with his family perhaps healthier than even I realized. But you're right. COVID was a unique time in the history of this country in that it severely curtailed communications between human beings at every level.
And especially if the people that you're usually having these sorts of red flags come from are the people who are dealing with them, their friends, right? People who will come forward.
Friends or teachers or family, anybody. Could be anybody.
But friends is a big source of it.
Well, I would agree.
Right. Because we'll tell our friends things that we won't tell our family or our teachers, right?
Well, I'm sure that's nearly universally true, yes.
Right, okay. And so if all of your friends are online and there's no way to track down who those friends are, it makes it more difficult to rule out the fact that he was telling someone about all of these things and these issues, right? If you can't find those people.
Yeah, I agree. Like the fact that we don't have him to tell us, and the fact that there are limitations because. And this continues to be a problem with groups in this age group in that they don't have the same kinds of social relationships that I did growing up, or that most kids did pre-COVID. So it changes the dynamic. It also changes the interpretation of, say, someone's lack of close friendships having sleepovers, because they just don't much anymore.
Well, I mean, it depends on the person, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, there are certainly people who are still out there having sleepovers and have friends in the neighborhood that they're dealing with.
Agreed. I don't want to overstate it. It's a pattern, but it's not a rule.
But you said something that I want to ask you about. You say when you referred to the defendant's familial relationship, and when you were answering my question, you said something to the effect of was even better than you thought.
Yeah.
Something to that effect. I know I'm misquoting you, but
yeah.
Why is that?
Because I had long considered, I didn't know his mom very well, but I've dealt with many, many, many people that have struggled with postpartum depression, and it can affect bonding, and it can affect the nature of parenting and relationships. And now, the more I've gotten to know her through her and her testimony and evidence that's been presented and things that I've read, it's like she clearly did have postpartum depression with both kids, but she was a good mom, right? And so I think that the fact that Austin and James allied closer with Dad wasn't because of her; it's because of Dad, and they shared they shared interests.
Right, and you know, we're certainly not here to throw stones or make judgments on the family members, but But one of the things that you considered heavily in this, and you characterized him as potentially an unreliable narrator, are the things that the defendant told you, right?
That's also true.
And things that you read that he had told Zach Rouse and some other folks, right?
That is correct as well.
And in fact, when he spoke about his relationship with his mother, it sounds more distant than what his mother and his father are telling us. Is that fair?
It doesn't, actually. I mean, what they've told them, but in his discussions with me, he's unequivocal about that.
Right. that's his discussions with you. I'm asking about his discussions with Zach Rao.
Oh, yes. And I think it's a matter of degrees. He is closer, well, was closer with Dad. So it's a shades of gray kind of situation, but I don't disagree with your description.
I mean, in fact, at some point when he's talking in one of his interviews, he kind of talks about his relationship with his father and how they would go hunting and do all of those things. And he gives some stories about his relationship with his mom, right?
Yes.
And, I don't, kind of like, as you said, it's difficult to say this in front of people, but for the record, I mean, at certain points, he kind of denigrates her job to some degree, right?
He does. Well, he did. He never did to me, but he did.
Right.
Yeah.
And he talks about the fact that she wasn't really a part of his life.
And yet I don't know that that's true from a psychiatric perspective.
Well, you don't know that it's true from a reality perspective, but
his perception.
His perception of it may be that she was not a part of his life.
Sure.
And that's a big deal in a person, right? In a child.
From a psychiatric perspective, yeah. I mean, listen, it's about as common as it gets, especially with adolescents. That show me an adolescent who goes through and doesn't have problems with a parent growing up. It won't me. It won't me. So, but I hear what you're saying. Don't disagree with that.
Right. And I guess one of the things that has struck me about your testimony is whenever you're presented with these issues, the internet searches, they're not really a big deal.
They're not.
They're not really a big deal in your opinion, and I hear you. His relationship with his parents, not as bad as he says it is, so that's not a big deal to you. The note doesn't make sense to you, so that's not a big deal to you.
Oh, it is a big deal to me.
Not a big deal in understanding why this happened.
It might be. Yeah, actually.
Okay.
Let's say that this disorganization and content is so bizarre because he's in a dissociative state, right? Okay. Then it matters. You didn't. I'm sorry. I'm talking and you didn't ask a question, so I'll be quiet.
Okay. I guess my point that I'm getting to is, though, when you're looking at these things, is it not, and I'm not saying that you didn't do this, but is it not the practice that you have to take all the individual
I'm Nick Sertivant with Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. All right, so you're watching the sentencing hearing for Austin Thompson, the Raleigh mass shooting suspect. So that's happening live now. I'm Nick Sertivant again, stepping in for Megan Bragg. Let's take a quick break. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturtevant. So we want to go back to Raleigh, where Austin Thompson, his sentencing hearing is underway. So the prosecution wrapped up Friday the presentation of evidence against Austin Thompson, who pleaded guilty to an October 2022 mass shooting in Raleigh. Let's take you there to that sentencing hearing that's happening right now.
I hesitate to say anything 100% in terms of mental health. But my understanding is that she said you see this pattern always.
I'm not asking about her. I'm asking about you. And so you say you won't go that far, right?
Right. So, and I agree with you. It could be in the universe of possibilities. Could there be some data out there that we just don't know that would account for and explain this in a way that makes it look more typical? Absolutely. Could it be the case that a person who is in general functioning very well, certainly within the sort of confines of normal teenage development in the United States, in this community, suddenly decides after coming home from school to write this kind of, it's strange, I'm not asking you to agree, but it's a strange note for him, and then kill his brother and kill all these other people for no reason? Because that's what we're talking about, no reason.
Well, but could a reason not be that you're interested in killing people and want to see what that experience is like?
Those individuals, yes, and those individuals would have high degrees of psychopathy, and they would universally have other trajectory and a pattern of cruelty to animals, other psychopathic conduct, behavioral difficulties at school, all the time, every time, and he just has none.
So you're willing to say 100% that time?
Well, that's a very limited answer you gave me. Those people that are that psychopathic would have a tremendous difficulty hiding that from the world for 15 years. Now, could it happen? You're right. I'll back off. I'll go to 99.9% of the time, because there always could be an outlying case. I'll concede that. I just don't think that.
Okay. Since you've talked about the note and how strange it is, I want to ask you about that a little bit. And you would agree that the information that you receive affects the information that you were able to output.
Good. You got it. Right. Yes.
And so the more information that you have about something, the better and the more accurate information you have, the more accurate results you will get.
Yeah, I think all information is better. Yeah, more is better.
Okay. And so I was trying to take some notes, and I think one of the reasons that I jotted down that you were concerned about this note and its ability to make sense of it, or the nature and the style of the writing, and the bizarre reasons, in your words, that he gave.
Yes, compared to who he was before that day. Yes, but I agree.
Well, so then I want to ask you, you've said multiple times throughout your report and multiple times while you were testifying that you don't know who Austin was before then because you didn't get to talk to him, right?
Didn't say that. What I did in this case is a psychological autopsy. I know who he is now directly. It is not possible to infer from what we see today with he is by definition a different person. That's not the same thing as saying that we can't build a picture psychiatrically of who he was based on all the stuff that we've been talking about today. Teachers, school records, descriptions of his family life. So you still get a picture, but he's still not the same person.
But you don't get the best picture because your information is limited, correct?
Which is partly why I've limited my final opinion. Yes.
Right. But that would also affect everything else that you are opining about, correct? To some degree.
I mean, I may not be following the line of questioning, but I don't find that objectionable. There, in these cases, I have been involved in cases where the perpetrator is deceased, right? And so you're definitely limited in that regard. In this case, it's unusual that he had such a catastrophic brain injury that he is at his core a different personality now. So I'm not examining him at the offense in the same way that I can with other survivors who don't blow a large portion of their brain away.
Right. So the letter, in your report, you write a lot about the letter, and you express multiple times in your analysis, and in fact attribute it to one of the concerns you have about his mental state at the time is the date that is at the top of the document, correct?
Yeah, and it was wrong. I mean, I was wrong about that.
You were wrong about that, right?
Well, I mean, I'm not wrong. It's written wrong, but I have no way of knowing that somebody else had a bad day and wrote with the wrong date on there. I don't know who put that on there, to be honest.
Right. So the letter that you got has a different date written on it than the date that the defendant wrote on it, correct?
I didn't know that until yesterday, and I didn't know he actually wrote a date on it, but the date on mine says 23.
You didn't know that he actually wrote a date on it?
I only have this copy. It's the only one I have.
I get that, but you write in your report multiple times about Austin writing a date on it.
Because the one I have did have him writing a date. So I was provided this document as his note. The top of it is a line that has a date on it. It's not flagged as anything, so I wrote in the report based on that note. The fact about this being not his writing at all was not known at the time I wrote this report.
Right. I guess my question to you was, you attribute...
All right, so let's come back here at home, and we want to move on to a topic and a important discussion that's happening this evening. So voters will get a chance to question some North Carolina House candidates on some big topics like immigration, affordable housing, and LGBTQ plus rights. Several organizations teaming up to host the forum. WCNC Charlotte's Julie Kay joins us live. Julie, I don't know where you are. I was about to say UNC Charlotte, but you're in your car right now. You're previewing this forum. What can you tell us?
You know, honestly, Nick, I don't know where I am either right now. I'm on my way to UNC Charlotte. I just pulled over so I could chat with you guys. But yeah, this is a really, really big event. It's, as I always say, every time an election ends, the next one begins. So it's definitely not too early to be talking about 2026, especially because we've got a lot of important House of Representatives candidates for our NC General Assembly back on the ballot. So tonight, representatives from 99, District 105, and District 106. So I think that's in total 8 candidates. We'll get a chance to talk to voters, answer their questions. And as you mentioned, immigration is expected to be a big flashpoint. This is hosted by multiple organizations in the area, big ones like Carolina Migrant Network. And I also spoke with the Latin American Coalition, who in particular said immigration is expected to be the big question because after Border Patrol's deployment to Mecklenburg County, to Charlotte, that's really top of everyone's mind still.
And Julie, you can catch Julie at 6 and 7 o'clock outside of her car. She's in her car covering the preview, but she'll be outside of her car. Julie, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, so let's go to break. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. All right, so underway right now in Raleigh, the defense started their arguments today in the Austin Thompson sentencing hearing. The mass shooter's legal team is trying to convince a judge that Thompson should have the chance at parole. Now, in January, Thompson pleaded guilty to killing 5 people on October 13th, 2022, when he was just 15 years old. Let's take you back now to the courtroom.
Document. And the context of the document being the defendant is preparing to go out and commit mass murder, a spree shooting.
Yes.
And in order to do that, we know that the defendant walked out of his home with a giant backpack and a giant long rifle, having changed his clothes into camouflage to go out into his neighborhood, kill 5 people, shoot 2 others, and take money from his home. If he's leaving that home, is it not logical to conclude that if his brother sees him, he's going to say, Austin, what are you doing? You don't need to go out there with a rifle and try to stop him.
Oh, so if I ignore all the other context of this and take just that statement and the sequence of events you just described, sure, it could lead to that. But it's
what
still...
am I asking you to ignore, Doctor?
That nothing else about his assessment would suggest, we still haven't provided any reason why he would have done this. There's no reason in terms of red flags which would have led him to do this. So while you can interpret it in that manner, I still have to look at the big picture. I still agree with Dr. Gibson that when people kill their sibling because he's going to get in the way of my mass homicide that I'm planning out, it's universally the case, nearly universally the case, that either beforehand usually or in retrospect, the clear impetus for that emerges. And marinating in the violent impulse. If you have it, I don't have it.
In your opinion, the internet searches are not enough, correct?
They don't match the characteristic of, and I've done these digital footprint analyses. It doesn't match. It doesn't fit, in my opinion.
In your opinion?
Yes, sir.
And that's what we're dealing with right now.
That is correct. It's right. And can I be wrong? Sure. My wife would tell you routinely, yes, I could be wrong. But these are my opinions.
I guess what I'm getting with to this point of the letter is that if you look at the letter in and of itself, okay? Let's ignore your opinion about the search and the history and all that. The letter on its face is not illogical or giving reasons that are just contrary to reality or any possibility that is what the defendant was feeling at that moment in his life.
So to answer that, I will say yes. If I do ignore everything else, could someone write this and this is the accurate reasoning behind their doing it? Yes, but that's a dangerous thing to say because I don't do that as a psychiatrist. It doesn't fit with him, and it doesn't even. It's not. Did he do it because of climate change? Did he do it? If I ignore everything else, you could say that this letter could explain why somebody would do something like this. But that would be poor practice for a forensic psychiatrist to do that.
One of the big concerns you have, or I don't know, I describe big to you. One of the concerns that you pointed out are the misspellings that are in there.
Well, I don't know if that's a big concern. It's just noteworthy for somebody that's floating a 3.8 GPA.
Right. I mean, did you look at his internet searches?
Oh no, but I've got more than 3.8 when I was in school, and internet searches routinely are misspelled. I just can't type good.
So you didn't look at his internet searches?
Yeah, I did. I'm just saying, nor does misspellings in this. It's just another little data point. He wasn't typing this though; he was writing it. So.
And he misspelled by leaving out an E?
Yeah, and there was one other one I thought too.
Regrets?
Yeah.
That's a common misspelled word though, right?
Not. Okay, if you say so. Sure.
You would agree, though, that if you're looking at that note just as a note, it addresses points that would often be questions that people would have about why. He's attempting, or at least listed reasons as to why he did what he did, correct?
Yes. I mean, I agree with that. If you just take this, you can interpret this as providing sort of different reasons for doing so.
He addresses people that suicide notes and or notes about a manifesto or a mass murder note might be left behind. It addresses people that would likely be reading that note and in his family and the police, correct?
I think that is fair to say, yes.
Okay. He is very specific in times and as far as giving ranges of times for when things happen and where he got items from, correct?
True. That is true.
He says he got the bullet from Cabela's. You can't disprove that, right?
Oh, no, I wasn't at Cabela's. I don't know. I mean, it would be very helpful to know that a place would... It would be helpful to know that it's true, but I can't say that it's not true.
The question about suicidal, he says he's not suicidal there, right?
Correct.
But he does talk about knowing that what the likely outcome of all of this is, right?
I think so, yes.
And at some point, when asked, I don't remember exactly where it was, but when asked why he shot himself, he said, because I don't want to go to jail, right?
He told me that as well, yes.
So his statements to you now about that issue are consistent with what he's saying in that letter, correct?
Oh, the reason for shooting himself? Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, that part is very consistent, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So part of it's good, part of it's bad, in your opinion, as far as consistent.
All right, let's switch gears. We'll get back to that in just a moment. But we want to talk about a landmark case against two tech titans that could have major implications for social media and pending lawsuits. Attorneys for the plaintiffs in this historic first trial arguing Meta and YouTube created platforms that are addictive and harm their clients' mental health. Brian Abel reports on the stakes of that trial and how the tech companies are pushing back. Brian.
Nick, I do want to read part of the opening statement for you. This case is about two of the richest corporations who have engineered addiction in children's brains, said a lawyer of the now 20-year-old who brought this case against both Meta and YouTube, while the tech giants, they have long denied that their platforms harm young users.
A historic trial and a first major test of whether social media companies can be held accountable for claims that their platforms harm the mental health of young users.
Psychologists have said consistently for decades that the younger a child is, the more vulnerable they are to any stressor.
The case centers around now 20-year-old Kaylee, who accuses Meta and YouTube of intentionally developing addictive platforms that cause her anxiety, body dysmorphia, and suicidal thoughts after she started using the platforms in early childhood. Her lawyer saying app features such as endless scrolling and the like button create instant dopamine hits that can lead to addiction, describing the swipe motion as the equivalent of a handle of a slot machine, saying every time she swipes, it's not for money, but for mental stimulation. YouTube and Meta have both denied the allegations in the lawsuit. Meta's attorney argued in opening statements that a difficult childhood, including reports she made to therapists of verbal abuse from her parents and bullying, led to issues, not social media use. For years, parents, health experts, and whistleblowers like Frances Haugen, formerly of Facebook, have called for more accountability and guardrails to protect young users.
For years, these companies have refused to take responsibility for any kind of harm. It makes perfect sense that the playbook would be to blame the victim.
The outcome of this trial could have major impacts, with around 1,500 similar lawsuits pending against social media companies.
And legal experts say that this case will provide a guide for those lawsuits that are still to come. If Kaylee is victorious, it could put the tech giants on the hook for billions of dollars, as well as change the way they operate and also force them to change some of the features that they provide. Nick?
So Brian, Meta and YouTube are the only two social media companies on trial here, but they were not the only defendants in this lawsuit. What can you tell us about the other platforms named in this lawsuit?
Yeah, Snap and TikTok, they were originally part of this lawsuit as well, though both of those companies chose to settle before trial, so that's why we are only seeing Meta and YouTube right now on trial. But they are, Snap and TikTok, still defendants in other cases that are pending. And that really just goes to show how much is on the line here, because this case could set precedent for all the others to follow.
All right, Brian Abel reporting live for us. Thank you, Brian. All right, so let's move on to a story that has really gripped the nation. A lot of folks have been tuned in on this, and we've been reporting updates here on WCNC Plus. It is the Nancy Guthrie case. So these are images. This is the FBI tip line, 1-800-CALL-FBI. But the FBI releasing surveillance photos and videos of potential suspect in this case. So the images show a person wearing gloves, a mask, and a backpack appearing to tamper with the camera at Nancy Guthrie's front door. Savannah Guthrie has said we believe she is still alive. So again, we are in the second week of this search for Nancy Guthrie. And coming up at 9 o'clock here on WCNC Plus, you don't want to miss it. We have a special on the developments of this case, timeline of this case, and where we stand now. You don't want to miss it, 9 p.m. here on WCNC Plus. All right, let's head to break. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sertovan. So the defense started its arguments today in the Austin Thompson sentencing hearing. The mass shooter's legal team trying to convince the judge that Thompson should have a chance at parole. So back in January, Thompson pleaded guilty to killing 5 people on October 13th, 2022, when he was just 15 years old. Let's take a listen in the courtroom.
It does.
Right, like your anger, your impulsive control.
Right. Not entirely just that, but yes, it's a major component of that, yes.
And when that is damaged, it's not as though the brain grows back.
It does not grow back, but this idea of plasticity in these kinds of injuries, especially among young people, is amazing. The brain does not grow back, but clearly he's regained some function.
Right. But I think you said in various different ways, he's never going to be the person that he would have been because of this injury, correct?
I do agree with that, yes.
And
maybe that doesn't necessarily make him a lesser person, but a different person.
A different person.
Yes.
With different concerns and different issues health-wise, fair?
Well, that will always be the case, yes, because of that. Yeah.
And so the fact that there was this irreparable damage to his brain and the frontal cortex will also cause there to be a difference, or him to have difficulties in regulating those things that a otherwise healthy person with a healthy brain would be able to do?
That's an excellent question. It can. It doesn't appear that it has, but it can. And so, well, because during the years that he's been in custody, he hasn't had problems, maybe I misunderstood you correctly, regulating his behavior in custody, because he has no behavioral problems in custody. Now, it's a controlled environment, obviously, but absolutely you're correct. People with those kinds of injuries can have what we call behavioral disturbances associated with their neurocognitive disorder. He has not exhibited that, but they can.
And if he gets out of a controlled environment, that might become an issue for him.
It's possible, yes.
Right. And it's not as though that's a portion of his brain, again, that's going to come back and be 100% ever.
That is true.
You talked a little bit about, maybe I should have. Well, I'll ask you this. You asked about the gestures. You were asked about the gestures in the hospital.
Oh, was that?
Yeah, and there was some talk about him pointing a gun and his finger guns at the hospital. And you said, oh, that makes sense that he wouldn't be able to regulate those immediately after this, and that someone might act out of character because of the brain injury.
Oh, I do remember talking about that. I just don't remember about that specific act. But yeah, especially in the very acute phase, people say and do things that was disinhibited, very disinhibited. And he also was encephalopathic, so...
When you say disinhibited, what does that mean?
Oh, poor impulse control, just acting on impulse, saying and doing things that you might otherwise gate yourself and not do. In encephalopathy, I can give you all kinds of examples of folks that just get very agitated and really just inappropriate the way they are.
The poor impulse control is part of the problem with having a TBI to the frontal portion of your brain, correct?
Yeah, oh yeah. But I would say that in his case, part of that recovery is, as Dr. Sedlak has noted, is that his executive functioning actually has improved to some extent. And so the impulsivity, if it was at that degree bad, that what we're just describing in the detention center, I suspect.
All right, so that is the sentencing hearing for Austin Thompson there happening in Raleigh. Again, the defense started their arguments today in that sentencing hearing. The mass shooter's legal team trying to convince the judge that Thompson should have a chance at parole. It looks like we got the shot back. Let's take you back there now.
MCPS.
We believe our mom is still out there.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about this idea of confabulation.
Oh, yes.
And the idea that you had concerns about that. Now, I think you even said, it's fair to say, you can't say that's what's happening here.
Correct. I have a way of saying in there that only a psychiatrist cannot get in the actual head of someone to ascertain, right, what their emotional and cognitive conditioning is. So while I find that there are risk factors for it, I'm not saying this with absolute certainty that that's what's occurred.
Right, and that's the idea of us talking about him conflating information that he has learned since as a memory.
Right. I don't know if conflate is the word, but it's sort of like the void gets filled in by things he learns that likely occurred or did occur, and over time it just becomes, oh yeah, that's my memory. I remember that.
Well, one thing that might work against that idea would be if you're providing information or details about things that were not known before by other people. Fair?
Oh, I think that's true, yeah.
Okay. And you talk at length about his inability to give you details of the event, at least initially.
Well, I didn't see him initially. It was other people that were saying that, right? Okay. So I saw him, it was a while longer, and he's given me a fairly consistent story on the occasions I've seen him.
Well, when you talked to him, what did he tell you happened that day?
Oh, goodness. Well, did I not outline it in the report? So he said, let me say this. He said universally, I don't know why I did it. I do not know why I did it. But he did describe getting the gun. He did describe walking in there and shooting James, and then subsequently moving him and stabbing him, and getting the materials together and leaving. He didn't remember much about, once he got to the Greenway area, he didn't really remember much of that. He did say, as we've talked about, that he shot himself to avoid going to jail. But what's really, so he described the events in some detail, right? While at the same time saying, but I don't know why, right? Could he really know why? Yeah. Don't know why he wouldn't be saying it. He wanted to plead guilty. He wanted to bring closure to this.
Could a reason why be because this judge has to decide what his sentence is, and if the reason why is really bad and he does remember it, that might work against him in sentencing?
Oh, sure. And I would say this, that if there was a really bad reason, I think we would have seen it. I think. Now, again, and I'm basing that on the phenomenology of mass homicide events that occur. Well, they all occur for bad reasons. None of them occur for good reasons. And so if there was one of those sort of recognized reasons, whether he was holding back or not, typically we already see the evidence of it. Right? We can figure it out anyway. So often we figure it out when they're dead.
But you don't know, right?
Not with certainty. You're right. Absolutely. I am the first to concede that as a psychiatrist, I don't know that there's going to ever be anything other than death and taxes that I will be able to tell this court with 100% certainty.
Okay. If you will, walk us through a little bit more in detail about what he told you happened.
So, sure. So when I first saw him, it's a little disjointed because he said that they came home from school that day. It was an average day. He said he felt fine. He then noted that he was being very digressive. He talked about driving to school that day and then coming home. They come home do their chores and take turns playing the video games. And then he says he didn't have any homework that day. And he said, I don't know why I got the gun and shot him. He says, I didn't feel it. I don't remember what I was thinking. He was on the TV playing the PlayStation, and I shot him in the back of the head. He didn't die. I dragged him into the master bathroom and stabbed him. Took him so that farthest away from where my parents would come in. Stabbed him in the neck.
Well, let me stop you there, and then we'll go back to that. That part about I took him to the farthest portion of the bathroom, or the farthest portion of the home, the bathroom from where my parents would come in. Would it surprise you that reason?
All right, so let's take a step aside. Let's come back here at home. We're going to take a quick break. We have a special interview on the other side of this break. You don't want to miss it. We'll be back in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. I promise you a special guest. We have a special guest here in studio. Whenever we have a special guest, Jeb knows I do this. I stand up. I stand for the interview. That's what I had to do. So we have a guy. He's an athlete, and he's a foreign, not even going to be. He is a foreign correspondent, partnering with 60 plus NBC affiliate stations across the U.S. Oh yeah, he's a member of Team USA bobsled. We have our guy in here, Elliot Markinson. How you doing, man?
I'm great, man. It's great to be here. I'm excited. It's a special time to be part of Team USA, and the Winter Olympics are here, and they're full swing. And yeah, just go tell the stories, and let the American people see what it's like at the games.
Dude, when do you leave?
I leave in less than 24 hours.
What has that been like, preparing to cover the games? This is like a different role for you, dude.
Yeah. It's exciting. My fiance is on the Olympic team. Yep. She's the Olympic alternate on the women's bobsled team. All my teammates that I've trained and competed with for the past 4 or 5 years now. So, this is special for me, bringing the kind of the games and not only bobsled home to the American people, but this is just an exciting time for sports. And really historically, the next 10 years of sport in the United States, we got some big hitters coming to the U.S. So this is, first stop.
Talk about what you're going to be doing on the ground, because you're going to be in Milan first, and then you're going to eventually get to Cortina.
Yeah.
But talk about what you're going to be doing there on the ground.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to be bringing kind of the stories with athletes and fans, kind of cultural engagement in Italy, what I'm going to be eating, what I'm going to be experiencing, going to some athletic events, and anywhere I can get in, I'm going to be bringing the footage and kind of my take. I'll be interviewing some great interviewees right now. I'm not gonna give like a special.
That was my next question. I was gonna ask, but no.
I promise it's gonna be super engaging. It's gonna be fun. I'm gonna be asking the hard questions, the fun questions, and really, hey, what's it like to compete for our nation on the world's biggest stage in winter sport? Which, I'm from the South. I'm from Mississippi, and not a lot of bobsledders from Mississippi. And so, and same with some of my teammates. They're from all over the country, and get to see their stories and. Yeah, how'd they get into it? How do you do it? I know that's like going on social media right now. Like everyone's like, how do you get into luge, curling, bobsled? So yeah, it's gonna be exciting.
I bet you answer that question maybe like 1,000 times a week. How did you get into bobsled?
Oh, yeah.
I want to get back to that, but I do want to ask you first. What are you looking forward to covering? What is there a story that obviously I know you can't say who you're interviewing, but what types of stories are you're interested in telling and looking forward to telling?
Yeah, I think the athlete perspective most athletics, NFL, NBA, NASCAR, right? Everything is measured in a year. So you go one season to one season to one season. In the Olympics, it's 4 years of work. People, they're not watching bobsled, the second year of the quad, right? Or maybe figure skating, unless, you're really into those niche sports. But I think covering those athletes and telling the stories of like, hey, 4 years of my life and dedication went into this, and now I'm on the world's biggest stage. What's that like? And then at the same time, getting the fan perspective, right? The fans that make it all, that trek the Odyssey all the way out to Italy, especially, the Olympic sites that are pretty far up in the mountains, right? So it's a trek. So, and going back to your first question, I'll be in Milan for the first 4 days or so, and then I'll be heading to Cortina, where bobsled will be taking place. Curling, I think, just finished up today. Man, it's gonna be exciting.
Dude, I want to get back to this. You mentioned you're from Mississippi, played at Ole Miss.
Yep.
Like you said, I don't think that's like the epicenter of bobsledding
in
Mississippi by far.
No. I think I'm the first bobsledder from the state of Mississippi, and that's like my if that's ever on like a trivia, like bar trivia.
Who was the first bobsledder? I'm gonna use that one. Man, so how did that? I guess looking back, how did that time playing football prepare you for where you're at now, Team USA bobsled?
Yeah, I think just being a part of something that's bigger than myself has always been big for me. Being able to represent the state of Mississippi when I was playing at Ole Miss, and then now on Team USA it's been an honor that I didn't think, if you would have told me this 6 years ago or 7 years ago, after I get done playing football, and they're like, hey, you're going to be bobsledding, I probably would have slapped you. Right? But now it's just such an honor. And, a lot of the same things from playing college football to Team USA translate, right? Hard work, dedication. It's bobsled's extremely blue collar,
Yeah.
just like football. So it's a pretty physical sport. So that's why it translates well for football players. But I just can't emphasize enough how much of an honor it is to wear, our country's flag, competing against, the world's best in winter sport. So, it's been an honor.
What is the training like, dude? Because, I mean, you play SEC football. You talking about heavy hitter. I don't, Jeff, he's a Mizzou dude. So, I know they're in the SECs. Look, I get it.
Almost made the team. I mean, it was only almost lining up there against you, Elliot. It was,
you see what I'm trying to do? I'm trying to create a
rivalry
right now.
SEC.
Little SEC rivalry right here. But what is that? I even forgot my question. I got so wrapped up into the rivalry. But being on that big stage, right, playing SEC football, and then being on Team USA, how does that compare? How does that differ at all?
Well, I'll definitely say this: playing in LSU's Tiger Stadium is definitely louder than at a bobsled track, and it's a lot colder in bobsled than the SEC. But I think it just. I don't want to say it's like riding a bike, but it kind of is. You just kind of have been there, been on the biggest stages before. And, with Team USA, it's almost it's extra. It's an extra amount of pride that you get to wear. And, they recruit for bobsled. And let me preface this by saying, my fiance, Emily, and I are based here in Charlotte. We train here at the U.S. Performance Center, which is it houses a bunch of different Team USA sports and athletes from Taekwondo, judo, pentathlon, which is a new one, modern pentathlon. It's being able to train with these athletes from all the different summer sports has been awesome. And we're the only winter athletes here. And so we're all recruited, kind of more or less right out of college. And they say, hey, you're not going to the league. You're not, what are you doing with your athletic career? How about you come push the sled? And then they make us watch Cool Runnings, and then it's downhill from there. I'm just kidding about that. But I did watch Cool Runnings in my rookie camp.
Oh, man. Classic movie. Classic movie. What is it like? I got to ask you this before I let you go. Being in the bobsled, dude, because, we've all, I don't know about Jeb. We've all seen the movie Cool Runnings. I pick on Jeb a lot. But what is it like being in that bobsled? Because it's like that thing is flying.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man.
Is there anything to compare it to?
Oh, yeah. When you get into the sport and you get kind of the older guys and they're trying to scare you and they tell you all these different before you take your first ride. And I guess the best interpretation of it would be like getting in a metal trash can and getting kicked down a hill. And I think that's a good. Now, obviously, it's a little extreme, but I mean, it's a good representation. And I think mainly the biggest thing with bobsled is the speed. Right, we're going really fast, especially in a 4-man sled, and 4 beefy dudes are pretty packed in there. Right, I mean, there's not a whole lot of wiggle room inside the sled, and I mean, you're going 80 plus miles an hour, and then we pull around 5 to 6 G's of pressure. And they did a study, and that's like kind of the equivalent of like a fighter pilot. And I'm not trained to be I've passed out in the sled before, right? Just from the G's. Yeah. And then crashing on top of that happens. It's part of the sport, and it's just a bad day on the hill when you crash and end up on your head. But that's the kind of where football is similar, right? It's physical. Some things that other people don't know about bobsled is there is a pilot in the front and steers the sled. So there's two, he or she, there's two little metal D-rings, and they just steer just like this, just moving their fingers back and forth. And then the rest of us in the back, we just hold on, pray, sing. I've done all the above in the back. But yeah, man, it's such a great sport. It's so historic. It being able, like I said, I keep saying this, but being able to, represent the United States all these years, performing in international races, I think just wearing our country's flag against, the world's best, Germany, Austria, Switzerland, Canada, which, Canada's got a great team. So, yeah, it's special.
Dude, we look forward to your coverage, man. Good luck. Safe travels, man. Look, we're kind of jealous, man. We want to be there with you.
I know you guys need to come. Just come out and be special guests.
You got anything to do the next couple of weeks, man?
But listen, I don't know how big your bag is, but I feel like, I'm fun size. I feel like we can make it happen. That's not how bad is that flight? Come on.
I would have to get an extra ticket. Elliot Markinson, thank you, man, for joining us again. Good luck, safe travels, man. Have a great time, man.
Yeah, and one more thing, guys. If you guys have anything you want to see me cover, please reach out. I'm on socials. Send me a message like, hey, what about this? What about this? Happy to cover it. I'm there. But yeah, thanks, guys, and look forward to it. Go USA.
We'll see his content here, so you'll be seeing more of Elliot. Don't worry. and after the Olympics, feel free to stop by.
Yeah.
So thank you for your time again, Elliot Markinson, man. Team USA bobsled correspondent for us. All right, man. Let's go to break. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. All right, welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. We want to go back now to Raleigh.
Actually, we're going to go to Somalia.
Let's go to, do we have information on this? Yeah. This is what happens here on Live Impact News. Sometimes plans change. I have it right here. So it's the Somali fraud hearing is happening right now in D.C., Somali fraud in Minnesota, these allegations. A Senate subcommittee is talking about this. Let's take a listen in.
Cases. The saddest thing that has happened, besides 3,000 ICE agents landing on the streets of our town, is that we have now lost the 14 assistant U.S. attorneys that were taking on these fraud cases. And they left because they were asked by all news accounts to investigate Renee Good, one of 2 of 3 fatalities in Minneapolis in January. 2 of 3 were committed by ICE agents or border control. They were asked to investigate her wife, and they did not feel that was ethical, and they left. This is incredible talent to investigate fraud that left that U.S. Attorney's Office. So that's something, if we're going to go after fraud, losing that talent is a huge problem. I guess I'd start with you, Mr. Cato, because Mr. Beer of Cato, because you had, I say, passion for going after the fraud, but also for understanding what this Metro surge has all been about. You wrote, benefits fraud is a serious issue, and whoever commits it should be held accountable, but that spending billions on operations like Metro surge will increase the deficit rather than invest in better systems and investigations to control benefits fraud. I would agree, as we've seen in Minnesota, losing that talent, losing the work that has to be done and should be done on a bipartisan basis is such a problem. Can you describe where you think Congress's decision to spend $75 billion on ICE, making 3 times its budget, making it bigger than the FBI, has led to what's going on in Minnesota and ironically cut back on the fraud prosecutions?
Yeah, so absolutely. We're actually pulling people and resources away from criminal law enforcement. ICE is recruiting people from the FBI. They've already diverted 2,600 individuals, but they're also hiring people away from police, local police, as well as federal law enforcement into the mass deportation effort, which is not targeted toward criminals. It's not targeted toward fraudsters. It's targeted towards the people who are living their lives peacefully in the United States and contributing to their communities.
Thank you. We know the surge has had huge economic costs. Locally, the Minneapolis Economic Development Director estimates the city is losing $10 to $20 million every week. Estimates are it's costing about $18 million a week, the taxpayers of this country, for the ICE agents that are there, for all the hotels, for all the extra hours of local police, for all the jail time. And you explained what's really happening with the numbers, of which I support, going after the worst of the worst. I support going after the violent offenders. But this is all costing huge amounts of money for the people of Minnesota and the people across the nation. Can you discuss the administration's actions and how they are hurting our economy and costing taxpayers?
Well, like I said in my prepared remarks, in Minnesota, the immigrant population has reduced the deficits at the federal, state, and local level by almost $140 billion over the last 30 years. Even if you look at the illegal immigrant population nationwide, it's about a $1.7 trillion reduction in deficits over the last 30 years. And it's because these people work, because they're increasing the economic activity, because they're providing goods and services to us as Americans that we have these positive economic effects.
Thank you. Ms. Gambler, the data analysis from the firm Optum identified widespread vulnerabilities in the state's Medicaid program recently that allowed questionable billing to go undetected. Can you discuss what GAO recommends to states, and you can do it in writing later as well, to strengthen these programs? Clearly, so much work has to be done in the state of Minnesota on how these grants were allowed, and then, of course, how they were monitored afterward. And I wish that's what we were focusing on.
All right, so let's move away from this, and we want to go to a story that has gripped the nation. A lot of folks have been tuned into this. We've continue to provide updates on this case. And this is the case of Nancy Guthrie, the mother of Savannah Guthrie, today's show co-host. So the FBI today releasing surveillance photos and videos of a potential suspect in this case. We're entering the second week of this case. The FBI putting out a tip line earlier this week. And also these are the images that have been released from the FBI just today. So we want to send it out to Tucson, Arizona. KPNX's Gabriella Pachara is live for us there. Gabriella, thank you for being with us right now. What can you tell us? I know you're there on the scene.
Good afternoon, Nick. Those photos and videos were certainly a big breakthrough in this investigation. The biggest developments we've seen so far in the past 10 days. Obviously, we know that investigators believe that Nancy Guthrie was kidnapped from her home. That's just behind me here. You can see all of the brush. That's something we've been focusing on a lot out here. I'm going to step out of the way because there's a car coming. But out here right now, there are sheriff deputies who have been staged around the clock guarding this home for the past 48 hours or so at request of the Guthrie family. And that is simply to protect the property from what has become such a big national scene out here. We have media from all over the country. And so what we know so far is that investigators are going to be going back and forth between Nancy's home, her daughter Annie's home, which is about 10 minutes away from here. They're conducting follow-up on new leads that they're getting. Despite these photos, they continue to get new leads into this case. And so they're conducting follow-up investigations, checking things out as they hear them. But those photos are a big deal because we're finally seeing the person who may have been at Nancy Guthrie's home that night. We could see in those images that it was someone who had a ski mask on, so his face is hidden, but you could see his eyes and the mouth. Appears maybe some facial hair around his mouth. He had a backpack on with some reflectors on it, a sweatshirt on, some light colored pants and gym shoes. Again, things that seem normal to us, but those are little details that investigators are hoping that will really lead to them finding someone in this case. They're hoping right now they're just calling this person a subject, but they're hoping that this will lead them to getting more information about who possibly took Nancy. So they're really asking anyone and everyone who might recognize this person to send in any tips. They've also been going door to door out here. This neighborhood is kind of set on larger properties. So and a lot of landscaping in between. So they're going door to door asking people to see if they've seen anything on their own surveillance cameras like this. But because of all this brush, we've heard from neighbors who say it's just so hard to tell from their homes that are kind of set back to the street if anyone walked by or drove by that night. Another thing they're doing is going to businesses around Tucson, asking to see their surveillance video to see if that captured anything that might be connected to this case. So everything is very fluid. A lot of stuff is happening behind the scenes. We haven't seen any detectives or investigators out here at Nancy's home today. We know some in just the last 20 minutes or so arrived to Annie's home to do some follow-up there. So again, a lot of stuff happening behind the scenes. FBI Director Kash Patel is in Tucson this week on unrelated business, we're told, but he is being briefed on this case daily, and so he could have his plans change while he's here. Another thing is that they have a 24-hour command post set up, the FBI. So they have agents coming in from all around the country to really help them with this investigation.
And Gabriella, before I let you go, you've been so courteous with your time. What has been the community reaction to this? Because again, we're in week 2 of this search. What has been the reaction from community members?
We're just seeing a lot of people who are holding on to hope, praying that Nancy is found safe and that she is returned to her family. She is someone who seems to be so deeply loved here in this Tucson community. This neighborhood really just wrapping their arms around the Guthrie family. They've placed some mementos out in front of her home, just sending their prayers. We've heard from different churches around the Tucson area who have just been praying nonstop for her return. So this is really affecting the Tucson community. They're just praying and hoping that Nancy comes home safe.
All right, Gabriella Pachara with our content partner there at KPNX in Tucson on the latest on the search for Nancy Guthrie. Thank you for your time, Gabriella.
Thanks, Nick.
All right, let's head to break. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. We want to go back now to Raleigh, where the sentencing hearing for Austin Thompson continues. Let's take a listen in.
Idea that the outward may not be the same as what is happening inside.
Oh, affectively, yes.
Right. I think you pointed out several times that maybe the defendant's laughing at an inappropriate time or smiling or doing something like that, but that may not be how he feels inside.
The humor seems to be very preserved, but I think aside from that, yeah, his outward, you can't, it would be easy to misinterpret his affect as representative of his actual emotional reaction to the circumstances. Because one of the things that frontal lobe's influence is actually emotional and affect expression.
So hard to get a read on it.
It can be, yeah.
It doesn't mean that he no longer suffers the range of emotions, correct?
Oh no, I think he is an emotional being. It's different now, though, right? The part of the brain that sort of modulates that is mostly not working correctly, and so it's not normal. It's not gone, but it's changed, right? It's not as easily interpretable as it might be in other similarly situated folks with intact frontal lobe functioning. It's almost like he's always in a good mood when you talk, when you interact with him. Very agreeable. Very
outwardly?
Well, but the things he says, he doesn't want to be a bother to people. He wanted to plead guilty to put this to rest for the families. He, I think, enjoys the interaction with folks. I think others other than me have noted that humor and laughing seems to be a preserved affect for him. But when you talk to him about these difficult things, there are other mechanisms by which you can see his distress, his body posturing. He'll start shaking. He will use words to say that, you know, he feels horrible about what he did. And to be quite honest, I think he wishes he understood what he says. I wish I knew why. So I went off your question, I think. Sorry.
Yeah. So he could be angry still, correct?
I think so, sure. Yeah.
You may not see that he's angry, but he could be angry. He could be happy and you not see that he's happy.
It wouldn't be this, it wouldn't express the same way, right?
And you talked a little bit there about remorse, and I want to talk about a couple things. In your review of some of the documents that Zach Rouse interviewed the defendant and provided to you, he talks a little bit about his current state of mind, correct?
He did. I think that was before I saw him, but yes.
Right. But you reviewed all of these things.
Yeah, I can't remember it. I've got to pull it from my notes if we need to talk about it. But yeah, I did review it.
At some point, the defendant was asked if he misses his brother. Is that right?
That is correct.
And he just paused and said, "Not really."
That is correct.
And says that he focuses on his current daily life.
That,
right?
That was, I do remember that, yes.
You talked about him being a different person than he was then because of the brain injury. What about his interests? Are his interests changed?
He seems to be a little interested in everything, to be quite honest with you. So I don't know that I would say that it's changed much, but when you talk, I almost wish you could just sit and talk with him. Because if you ask any question about anything, you are going to have a very long discussion about a lot of topics, one of which might be the question. And he has the actual about the question that you asked. So he had what I would describe him as is an innately inquisitive and curious person who just does like to talk about sort of the details and the sort of nuanced, intricate details of various topics and things of that nature. So I don't know that his interests are different, but what I will say is that the person I examined is just interested in a little bit of everything.
When he was asked about the
All right, looks like the shot froze there. So we are going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. We want to go back now to Raleigh, where the sentencing hearing for Austin Thompson, mass shooting suspect, is underway. Let's take a listen in.
Shot, right? Does that ring a bell?
Somewhat.
When asked about the searches on his computer, he said that he didn't remember doing any of those either, right?
Did he say that to Zach? If he did, he did it. I don't remember it. So, I mean, he told me that, though.
He told you that he didn't remember doing any of the searches?
For the most part, does not. And doesn't, yes, for the most part, that is true. Does not recall doing those.
And when we talk about these searches, are we talking about the kind of more salacious searches that we're talking about?
No, he didn't remember other stuff either. Just because there were categories we were looking at, and there's just a bunch of stuff. So not just that.
Okay. Do you remember that he told Zach Riles in, let me see what date this is, just so I can, on an interview listed as March the 4th of 2024, says that he tells Austin that he has seen some of the discovery that shows they come through his phone and search history and found a bunch of search history going back months related to shootings. And Austin asked him what that meant. And he tells him that they found searches related to police codes, other mass searches from earlier in the other mass shootings from earlier in the year to include Buffalo and Uvalde.
That's correct. Yeah, I found my notes. So yeah, this is the 24, 24 maybe?
I believe so.
21, something, but I got it. Yeah.
And he says that searches about school shootings and other things like that, and he says he doesn't remember or know anything about that. Asked him if he remembered making the searches, and he said no.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Latour, what exhibit are you referring to when you're reading that, or is it an exhibit?
It is not an exhibit.
All right, thank you.
If I may have a moment, Your Honor.
All right, so that is the sentencing hearing that's underway. Looks like they're taking a bit of a break there for mass shooter Austin Thompson. Let's go now to Washington, D.C., where the Senate Somali fraud hearing is underway. Let's take a listen in.
I'd like to follow up with a question or two. Big, bold, beautiful bill, President's budget, approved 18,500 new agents. ICE agents, 10,000, 8,500 CPB agents. I believe that Secretary Noem has identified their training period to be 47 days as a tribute to the President, the 47th President of the United States. When I talk to police chiefs and mayors back home, they say you can't prepare an officer for contact with the public in that short a period of time. Do you have any thoughts on this subject?
Oh, absolutely. It is reprehensible that they're cutting back on training at a time when they're asking officers to do things that even long experienced officers have not had to do: conduct random traffic stops, do crowd control, all of these things, profiling people in the street, all of these things that were never done by Immigration and Customs Enforcement before is now being done as a mandatory policy. So there should be more training rather than less when you're asking more from your officers.
And so the question in my mind is, what are they going to do with all of these people as they're learning on the job with weapons in their hands, wearing masks so they can't be identified? It's speculation in Washington about detention facilities. How many there will be? 8, 9, I've heard 15 detention facilities. Our present Bureau of Prisons population is around 160,000. We have more people in jail than any country on earth. More people in jail than any country on earth. And now we're going to build detention facilities that house another 150,000. Visualize, if you will, the America that they're designing for us in the future with those parameters.
Look, they're clearly not concerned about the welfare of the people that they're arresting. I mean, they are detaining American citizens even and putting them in these facilities and not giving them access to attorneys. They're not letting them make phone calls. And then they're often released without charges, but that doesn't make the wrong correct. And so now when you're going to have this huge bureaucracy of people pulling people off the street and shoveling them into warehouses where they're essentially black boxes. Lawyers can't get in, there's no oversight, there's very little due process, and the due process that there is, they're constantly attacking and trying to remove it. So you need greater oversight, you need greater protection, but they're not putting any of the money into oversight and accountability for these facilities.
So the President's been very clear what his goal is, hasn't he? He's told us he's going after murderers, rapists, terrorists, criminally insane, childhood predators, the worst of the worst, he says. How are they doing on that score?
If you look at all the people that they booked into these facilities, just 5% in the most recent available data had violent criminal convictions of any kind.
1 out of 20.
1 out of 20
fits that category.
Yep.
So you got 19 people that are not culpable, not liable, not criminally responsible in any way, and they are the ones who are being swept up in this detention.
Even more tellingly, the administration itself assigns a threat level to each detainee. And we can look at, in the data, how they categorize these people. Just 8% are categorized at the highest threat level, and 73% are not given a threat level at all, deemed not a threat. And so you look at what they're actually saying in their own administrative records. They don't believe these people are threats either. And they don't care, because it's not about public safety. It's about the population purge. And it by all means necessary. It doesn't matter if it makes us poor. It doesn't matter if it takes away our rights. It doesn't matter if it harms you, takes your wife, and sends her to some foreign country.
I just have a few seconds left. I commend to you the case of Miramar Martinez in October, who was shot on the streets of Chicago. A teacher in a Montessori school. She was shot in her car 5 times and survived. God knows how. She survived. And what happened to the charges against her? 8 weeks later, dropped. All charges. Could be because the vehicle she supposedly rammed had been moved from Chicago to Maine to be repainted. So it wasn't any evidence in her trial. To think of what has happened to this 30-year-old woman's life, born and raised in Chicago, an American citizen, shot by these ICE agents on the streets of Chicago.
And they bragged about it.
They brag about it. He was one of the shooters said, I got 5 bullets and 7 holes. It was quite a shot. He's very proud of himself. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing. You know, I think it is amazing that Democrats never seem to focus on innocent victims who are shot and killed by illegal aliens that their policies have led into this country. They never seem to say names like Jocelyn Nungary in my hometown of Houston, who was raped and murdered, a young girl, by 2 Venezuelan gang members that Joe Biden had in custody and released, and they came to Houston and raped and murdered that beautiful little girl. They never seem to mention someone like Laken Riley, a nursing student, beautiful young woman, murdered by an illegal alien the Democrats have released. They never seem to mention anyone like Kate Steinle, a beautiful young woman, 28 years old, in California, shot on a pier by an illegal alien who had been released over and over and over again. We have had Kate Steinle's father testify before this committee. He held her head in his hands as she died, and her last words were, "Help me, Daddy." And yet, for my Democrat colleagues, it seems there's no limit to how many Americans can be murdered by illegal aliens, and yet they simply don't care. They still support open borders and releasing murderers and releasing violent criminals. We're here today because of the Democrats' open border policies and the damage it's done to this country, but we're also here today because Minnesota's welfare system has been treated like an open ATM, and the taxpayers are the ones getting robbed. Ms. Gambler, GAO has reported that the federal government loses hundreds of billions of dollars each year to fraud and improper payments, much of it in public benefit programs. Is that correct?
Yes, GAO has reported both on estimates of federal government losses due to fraud, as well as estimates of improper payments government-wide.
You may recall the infamous Leering Center, whose blacked-out windows and childless facilities have become emblematic of the public programs fraud currently plaguing Minnesota. Mr. O'Brien, when investigators encounter fraud this obvious, does it usually represent just a single isolated bad actor or the visible tip of a much larger scheme?
No, it's usually the visible tip of a much larger scheme. Fraud has a tendency not to occur in a vacuum.
In that instance, the fraud was so blatant that the owners of the business couldn't be bothered to spell the organization's name correctly on the public signage. Mr. O'Brien, does fraud of that magnitude typically persist because it's difficult to detect, or because oversight and enforcement break down?
It tends to persist because oversight and enforcement break down, and it tends to spread geometrically.
The Somali fraud problem in Minnesota is not confined to child care centers. Federal prosecutors in Minnesota expect that half of the more than $18 billion spent since 2018 on 14 different Minnesota welfare programs may prove to be fraudulent. To put that figure into perspective, the amount of fraud, if confirmed, may approach the entire GDP of the nation of Somalia. Mr. Hankinson, once funds are laundered and sent overseas to fragile or corrupt jurisdictions, is there any realistic prospect of recovering them?
Only if they come back and spend them.
In many respects, Minneapolis has become the Mogadishu of the Midwest. As the chairman of the Subcommittee on Federal Courts Oversight, Agency Action and Federal Rights, I'm proud to have held a hearing last week on the issue of fraud within the Minnesota Somali community and beyond. But the problem of fraud doesn't stop there, and neither does our inquiry. Our shared civic culture rests on something uniquely American, a respect for the public commons. It is clear, though, that though Minnesota opens its doors in the early 1990s to a massive number of Somali immigrants, that kindness was not reciprocated. Instead, it was exploited again and again and again, and that's simply unacceptable. Mr. Beer, can any welfare system long survive if large-scale fraud is excused and explained away rather than confronted?
No.
It would be entirely naive to assume that fraud of this magnitude simply stopped at public program frauds. I encourage you to examine the graph behind me. What do you notice about the usage of public programs among Minnesota's Somali immigrant population? 81% of Somali households in Minnesota receive some form of welfare, compared to 21% of non-Somali households. 54% of Somali households receive food stamps, compared to 7% of non-Somali households. 73% are enrolled in Medicaid, compared to 18% of non-Somali households. And 27% receive cash assistance, compared to 6% of non-Somali households. My question to the panel, and this is my final question, is importing vast numbers of people from an impoverished nation, putting the majority of them on public welfare for years and decades at a time, and then turning a blind eye while they steal billions of dollars from the taxpayers. Is that helping America or hurting America? Each of you has a chance to answer that. Ms. Gambler.
Yes, thank you, Senator. I would just say that your question really speaks to the work that GAO has done as it relates to leading practices for managing fraud risk. We've put out a framework for agencies that can help them better put in place processes and controls up front to prevent fraud risks, and then also have policies and practices in place to really tailor their anti-fraud activities and anti-fraud approaches.
I believe in the melting pot. I'm an immigrant, but to melt, you need heat. You've got to put heat on people to make sure they obey laws and learn how we do business in the United States.
Is that helping or hurting America? It's a simple question.
I think if we ignore fraud, we're hurting America, of course.
Okay. Mr. Linderman?
That's not in the U.S. national interest, Senator, and we know that Somalia is a high fraud country. To bring people from that country who cannot integrate into our systems is not in the U.S. national interest.
Mr. O'Brien?
I believe it was Milton Friedman who said you can have a welfare state or you can have open borders, but you can't have both.
Mr. Beer?
We can build a wall around the welfare state, and that would be a lot better for taxpayers than building a wall and keeping out all these legal immigrants who can come and
Is this helping or hurting America?
Certainly, the welfare state is a problem, but
Mr. Schwartz?
Reform it.
It is not unusual for immigrant populations to have a high degree of assistance early in after their arrival, but we are already seeing statistics that the net benefit economically of Somali presence in the United States far outweigs the cost.
So your testimony is this massive welfare usage is helping America, and the fraud is helping America?
Not the fraud. We need to go after the fraud, which makes all inexplicable the Trump administration's decision to take actions that has decimated the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota. I can't understand it. Can you understand
So
it?
simple question. Is this helping America or hurting
The
America?
Somali presence in the United States is helping America. That graph
For the
is
Minnesota
wild
taxpayers who had $9 billion
misrepresentation
stolen
of their
from them,
contribution.
sir, the Minnesota taxpayers who had $9 billion stolen from them, it has not helped them and the American taxpayers who are supporting a dependent population who are here for one reason, and that is to vote Democrat and give money to elect Democrats. And if it robs the American taxpayers and endangers our security for our Democrat colleagues, that is a perfectly acceptable trade-off.
Speaking loudly does not make it true.
Your time has expired.
It just doesn't.
Your time has expired, Mr. Schwartz.
Mr. Linderman and Mr. Hankinson, I want you to respond to Mr. Beer's criticism of slowing the flow of adjudications because of the lack of vetting of migrants during the Biden administration. Do you think additional vetting is appropriate and slowing the adjudications by USCIS is a good idea or a bad idea in order to determine what the background is of these individuals?
Mr. Chairman, it's a good idea to slow any visa process and to be sure when we are issuing a document, refugee, whatever the status that admits a foreign national into our country, the obligation of the State Department or DHS has to be clear that that person is someone we know who he is or she is before we admit them into the country. Otherwise, why are we there?
Mr. Hankinson?
I do think everybody deserves a decision in their case in the end, even if the answer is no. But having let in an untold number of many millions of people under parole, released at the border, and having so many pending asylum cases, I think it is a good idea to pause and figure out exactly where we are and maybe revise our systems to make sure that so many people don't slip through.
Mr. O'Brien, my final questions are for you. So one of the things that makes me a little bit crazy is when I see in the media people talk about the migrants that are here in the country and said, well, they haven't committed any crimes, but you made clear that you can't be here in the United States illegally without committing crimes, whether it's identity theft or failure to have insurance and driving a car, you name it. But of course, when you enter the country without authorization, that is a crime, is it not?
It is. 8 U.S.C. 1325 makes improper entry by an alien a misdemeanor crime on the first offense and a felony on any subsequent offenses.
And you've made the point, correct in my view, that after they get here, you cannot claim to be a perfectly law-abiding individual if you enter the country illegally, because you simply can't get access to public benefits, you can't drive a vehicle, you can't, and the like. Thank you for responding to that. So earlier I made part of the record a document we got here from the Department of Justice that said last year alone 485,000 final orders of removal. So it's really interesting because our Democratic colleagues have demanded, in order to reopen the appropriations process for the Department of Homeland Security, that ICE agents be required to get court orders in order to detain these individuals. But the fact of it is, at least last year, 485,000 of them have already received all the process they are due under the law. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. Those individuals have received a final order of removal from an immigration judge, and that whole argument about the warrants is a red herring because federal district court judges do not have the authority to issue a civil warrant for the arrest of a person who has undergone the removal process.
Well, and that's an important point. This is a civil process, not a criminal process, correct?
That is correct.
And so the idea of having to go back to court and get another order on top of the order of removal that's been defied by the immigrant makes no sense.
Well, it makes no sense whatsoever. And if you stop and think about it, we spend an inordinate amount of money on the immigration court, and then to claim that an immigration judge has the authority to remove somebody from the United States, but on the strength of that order, ICE can't remove them from their apartment is just absolutely absurd.
And finally, Senator Britt touched on this with you. In Texas, we don't have the problems they're having in Minnesota, getting local law enforcement to cooperate with ICE. ICE issues a detainer when somebody's in a county jail and then is turned over to federal authorities without ICE having to go and execute their administrative warrant in the streets and be subject to harassment and interference by some of the individuals who unfortunately, including those who suffered their loss of life for interfering with the federal law enforcement activity. So if we didn't have sanctuary jurisdictions like Minneapolis and Minnesota, the state of Minnesota, would that help?
Yeah, it would help massively. I mean, the fact is that a large number of people who are engaged in criminal activity who are here unlawfully are going to encounter state or local police first. And if the state and local police make the presence of those individuals known to ICE, then that means ICE has to expend a significantly smaller amount of effort in order to take that person into federal custody and subject them to the removal process, or if they already have an order of removal, to then physically remove them from the country.
Thank you, Senator Padilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know we're at the hour, but a few more questions. I'll try to be brief before we close. First, Mr. Beer, I saw your head nodding during the discussion of warrants. My understanding is the issue of warrants is specifically to federal agents going into homes without a warrant, including homes of United States citizens, the practice of racial profiling, which has been sanctioned by the Supreme Court. Do you want to briefly add anything to that?
Well, absolutely. What we're talking about is going to a judge to actually enter a home. I mean, that is, how do we know it's the immigrant's home? We don't know that unless you actually present probable cause to a judge and determine that. You don't just rely on some individual ICE agent or some federal agent's gut. We saw what happened in Minnesota when they went with their gut. They dragged a U.S. citizen out of his home in front of his grandkids in his underwear in the middle of winter. That's unbelievable what's happening.
And it wasn't who they thought it was. Mr. Linderman, a quick follow-up question. I heard you say just a few minutes ago in response to Senator Cornyn's question that all background vetting processing should be slowed down so that we're sure of who's trying to come into the country, something along those lines. Did I hear that correctly?
Senator, what I meant to say was that we should not speed up issuing for some abstract reason because the paperwork is pending or someone is demanding.
So I would imagine that not speeding up should apply to South African Afrikaners that the White House has given preferential treatment to. Agree or disagree?
I would agree that everyone who comes as a foreigner to our country.
Would it also apply to those seeking to come to the United States by purchasing this gold card that the president has talked about?
If they're foreign nationals, they would all be vetted, sir.
Thank you. The transition to a question from Ms. Gambler. I asked you in the first round of questions if the process for Afrikaners consideration was abiding by the standards and best practices that the GAO has laid out. Has the gold card program that the president has referenced a few times also implemented your recommendations?
Thank you, Ranking Member Padilla. We also have not looked at that proposal, so we don't have insights to share related to that process. Certainly, if that's something that your office would be interested in GAO taking a look at, that's something we'd be happy to follow up with you on.
That would be, I think, incredibly valuable for not just this committee, but the entire Senate, both sides of the aisle, for that matter. You talk about the gold card proposal. Have you seen something in writing?
No, GAO has not specifically been reviewing that proposal.
Okay. I think that's it for questions, but I understand you have a closing statement. So do I.
I don't have a closing statement. If you have a closing statement, go ahead.
Sure. Just a couple of things. I mean, we heard a lot today. I mean, I don't even know where to begin, but sadly, as I predicted in my opening statements, we heard repeated claims about immigrant communities and their supposed crimes on a mass scale. We heard what I feared, the scapegoating attacks that I warned about in my opening remarks, like I mentioned. First, just to set the record straight for folks in the audience and those watching from home of what sanctuary cities are and what sanctuary cities are not. There's no city in America that the federal government cannot go in and enforce federal law, period. A sanctuary jurisdiction, a state, a municipality is simply a choice that those local governments take to not dedicate local resources for the enforcement of federal law. That's a federal government's job. Some jurisdictions choose to. Clearly, we've heard some examples. Some do not. Sanctuary policies are not unlawful. They're not unconstitutional. Second, the question about USCIS processing pause. Happy to enter into the record the very memos that were referenced in the conversation earlier today. And speaking of
Without objection.
Thank you. And speaking of USCIS, I know Senator Kennedy's not here anymore, but Mr. Joseph Edlow is indeed the director of USCIS. It should be a name familiar to him because he was confirmed by the Senate in July 2025 after having been considered by the Senate Judiciary Committee, which he is a member of prior to that. Look, folks, what we did not hear from our colleagues on the other side of the aisle today was any serious discussion of the far more widespread fraud being committed by United States citizens, starting all the way to the top with President Trump. And we have example after example after example. Fraud that by the numbers vastly outpaces anything tied to immigrant communities. We said it before and we'll say it again in closing. Nobody condones fraud. When it happens, it should be investigated and those responsible to be held accountable, as they are currently with existing laws. But if you want to truly look beyond the so-called tip of the iceberg, then demonizing entire communities for the actions of a few is not the answer. And to that end, Mr. Chairman, I want to enter into the record statements from leading refugee resettlement and advocacy organizations detailing the harmful impacts of the indiscriminate arrests in Minnesota into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you very much. And in closing, just two final things. A serious conversation about fraud would focus on strengthening oversight and improving enforcement, not the diversion of enforcement resources or by pushing career professionals involved in enforcement and investigation out, as the current administration is doing. We'd also be wanting to make sure that systems that we already have are working as intended. That's the conversation we should be having. But that's not what happened today. So I urge my colleagues on this committee to step away from the theatrics and the stereotypes and to engage in the real work on a bipartisan basis of identifying genuine vulnerabilities, of strengthening safeguards, and holding all bad actors accountable. Thank you.
The record will stay open for 1 week so that members can submit questions for the record. I want to express my gratitude to all the witnesses for hanging in there with us and offering your expertise and answering our questions. Thank you very much.
All right, so let's take a step aside and come back here at home, and we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back here in just 2 minutes here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. Welcome back here on Live Impact News on WCNC Plus. I'm Nick Sturdivant. We want to go now to California, where California Governor Gavin Newsom, also Secretary of the California Department of Veteran Affairs, veteran advocates, and state leaders announcing new actions to support military and veteran families. Let's take a listen to that.
Gamut. My office will enforce this law and continue working with our partners to protect all of those who served. In California, we stand with veterans, and we won't tolerate their exploitation. So with that, let me say thank you, and I want to pass it on to an incredible champion and partner in the legislature, Assemblymember Pilar Chavo.
Good afternoon. I am the chair of Assembly Military and Veteran Affairs Committee, but more importantly, I'm the daughter of a disabled veteran. And I am so, so proud to be standing here today, and I know my dad would be incredibly proud as well. Veterans earn their VA disability benefits through great sacrifice, and they deserve every single penny. But for too long, predatory claim sharks have targeted veterans, charging illegal fees for them to try and get access to the benefits that they have earned through their service. With the signing of SB 694, California is making it clear. Our veterans are not your profit. I want to thank Senator Archuleta for his incredible leadership, Attorney General Bonta, not only for helping us get to today, but the hard work he's going to do going forward after this to enforce the law. And I want to also thank our Speaker Rivas, Pro Tem Limon, who were unwavering supporters, and our federal partners who also engaged in this fight. Ranking Member Mark Takano, Speaker Emerita Pelosi, highlighting the national importance of this law. And to the governor for his vision and leadership, holding up California's values and making sure that we are standing with veterans by signing this into law today. But especially I want to thank the veterans. The California Association of County Veteran Services Officers and the many veterans and veteran organizations who came to advocate. This was the hardest bill that I've had to work on since I've been in the legislature. And chairing military and veteran affairs, most of our bills are non-controversial. Most of them are bipartisan. And I know veterans have never had to work harder to be heard. And we know why that is, because there was so much money on the other side. This is a $73 billion a year industry. And what that means is that is $73 billion of taxpayer dollars that is going into the pockets of corporations instead of the pockets of veterans. California is saying that's not acceptable. It is already against federal law, but unfortunately the penalty that was in federal law was taken out years ago, and these illegal businesses have been allowed to not only flourish, but thrive and become millionaires. So California took a different approach. We invested in county veteran service officers. We have, free veteran service officers who will help veterans navigate the VA system for free. Our Military and Veteran Affairs Committee continues to fight to support our veterans. And, as I said, this is personal. My dad was a veteran of the Vietnam War. He passed away almost exactly a year ago. And he battled cancer 3 times because of his exposure to Agent Orange, where in Vietnam he fixed the planes that sprayed Agent Orange, and he would sometimes be drenched in it. And he passed away because of his health complications due to that exposure of Agent Orange. My dad deserved every penny of his VA disability benefits. He could hardly breathe and had to take 2 naps a day at the end of his life just to get through a day. And to think that there are companies that will target disabled veterans and take up to $20,000 out of their pockets is unconscionable. I am so proud that California is now joining a national effort to better protect our veterans, and that we are standing up to do what's right, to show our veterans that we will have their backs. I want to thank everyone for being here today. I want to thank the scrappy, amazing crew of folks who fought so hard against what felt like every single lobbyist in town. And we had
All right, so let's come back here at home. Thank you for watching us this afternoon here. Stay with us here on WCNC Plus. The news at 5 starts in a few. Yeah, it's